Recording in progress.
Hearing, your case will be given priority. When your case is called on your system, you'll receive notification that it has given access to audio and video so that you may give your testimony. If you did not register in advance, you would like to speak on behalf of the case. Case is called. I will ask whether there is anyone present on behalf of the property. If you want to speak, please click the raised hand button to be given the ability to speak on the case. Once the magistrate allows you to give testimony, please state your name, property address, and relationship to the property. Magistrate, that concludes my instruction.
Okay, so Ms. Patterson? Are we doing the pledge?
Yes, sir, we're moving into the pledge.
Okay.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, a nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
At this time, if we can have all the code officers enable their cameras to be sworn in. Can you all unmute yourselves as well? Officer, you can.
If you are giving a testimony today on a case, raise your right hand as I give you the oath. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give in proceedings will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, say aloud, I do.
I do.
Thank you. If we can have the translators enable their cameras and face to be sworn in. Yes. Wrong hand, Spanish interpreter.
Yes.
I do.
Your magistrate, I will read the deletion record. If anyone is here on behalf of this case that I read in, you will not need to appear today. Perlanda and Paul St. Louis, case number CEBNP 21-00004, property address 820 Northwest 133 Street. That case has been postponed. Item 1920 on the agenda, Grace M. Chung and Mercedes Chung, case number CEODS 2021-00040, CERCV 2021-00075. Both of those cases have been postponed for 1 month. The property address 801 Northeast 37.
Ms. Diaz, which is the first case that you cited? What is the case number?
That is under postponed cases tab, which is Perlanda St. Paul is number 1 on the agenda for postponed cases.
Okay, so that one is postponed as well?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Are we ready to proceed?
Yes, sir. So the first item on the agenda is going to be item number 37, Erland Simeon. Officer is Edme St. Louis. This customer is present physically today in our department. The case number is CEODS 2020-00049. This case was previously adjudicated with an abatement date of September 14th of 2021. The fine set was $200. The property address is 13730 Northwest Fourth Court.
Okay, let's hear from the city.
Just a moment, magistrate, while we get the customer's camera enabled. Peggy, go ahead.
Me? You guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Good morning, Code Officer Edmay St. Louis. This violation was originally generated December 14 of 20.
Oh, I'm sorry, hold on. We need to swear in the customer.
Okay.
Pilar,
Is she there? Ma'am, can you raise your right hand? Ms. Simeon, can you raise your right hand, please?
her hand is raised.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
This violation is in regards to outdoor storage stored on the property. As you can see in the picture, there was fridge, pillow, miscellaneous items. As of the final reinspection date on September 14, there was no complaint. There's a lot more items stored outside. I did speak to Ms. Simeon, and I did explain to her the second go around for her to come to hearing would resolve to a lien set forward if any event she's not in compliance.
Okay. Is it Simon or Simeon?
It's Simon.
Miss Simon?
Yes.
You've been sworn. Tell me why you have not complied with the city's order.
Your Honor, I tried as much as I could. I did 3/4 of the work, but I find myself sick. I could not finish. That's why it's not 100%. Now I have the grass that has to be done, but I took off the whole thing that needed to go. I just have to do the grass now.
Well, you've had since, when was the violation issued? The first time?
It was issued December 14 of.
Okay, and so it's almost a year. You were, Simon, you were given through September 14th, and a fine was set. So this is not very complicated. Even if you're ill, there's got to be somebody else in your family that can help clean up the property, or at least make an effort. So based on the testimony of the city's code compliance officer, in this case, the photographs presented, and noting that the property has been out of compliance, I find in favor of the city. I hereby ratify the fines accrued to date in the amount of $200 and assess costs in favor of the city. The fine shall continue to run on a daily basis until there is compliance. Thank you. Next case.
The next case is going to be number 8 on the agenda, Thai Properties LLC. The case number is CEODS 2021-00029. This is a new case. The officer is Aaron Barber. The property address is 1545 Northwest 130.
I have a Manuel registered for this case, but I don't see the name signed up here. If you're here on behalf of the case, please raise your hand.
Is Manuel present?
If you're here on behalf of this case, once again, please raise your hand virtually so that you can be acknowledged. I have a Manuel Novo Zizelski. All right, magistrate, I'm gonna, doesn't look like anybody's here on behalf of the case. If it's okay with you, how would you like to proceed? Would you like to hear the case at this time, or?
Let's hear it.
Okay.
Good morning, Aaron Barber, City of North Miami Code Compliance. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. This regarding 1545 Northwest 130th Street. This property was initially cited back on May 5th. Letter was sent to the property owner, certified mail, regarding excessive outdoor storage. At the time of the original violation, there was an above ground pool dismantled, just kind of strewn across the backyard. That's been removed, but as of the final recheck on,
Okay.
let's see, on September 8th, there was still quite a bit of outdoor storage, the carport and the backyard.
I've seen the photographs. I'll admit them into evidence. Anybody present on behalf of the property owner? No?
At this time, magistrate, I don't see Manuel in the queue, nor do I have any hands raised.
Okay. Based on the testimony, which is unrebutted, of the city's code compliance officer, the photographs and the evidence presented depicting that the cited violation still exists and that proper notice has been given, I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication and set a I'm going to enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of 30 days. In the event of non-compliance, there shall be a daily fine of $500 until the violation is abated.
You.
The next case is going to be item 48 for Tulio C. Uribe. This customer is in the lobby. The case number is CEZPU 2021-00017. This is a new case. The officer is Vanessa Willis. The property is 14245 West 60 Highway.
I just, for the record, I was unable to see any backup materials on the agenda for this case. So you'll need to show me whatever evidence you have very clearly, and I'll get it into evidence. Please proceed.
Just a moment, magistrate, as we get the customers. There we go.
Mr. Uribe, can you raise your right hand, please?
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give in today's proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, let's proceed. City, you're up.
Good morning. Vanessa Willis, City of North Miami Code Compliance Officer. This particular case was cited back on June 11th, 2021. There was an exorbitant amount of vehicles stored on the property. The zoning code does not allow for excessive cars to be stored at the location. And so they are in a state of non-compliance, and the photos are there. Violation was sent certified mail, as well as posted to the property, and the notice to appear as well.
Okay, so this is a zoning violation,
That's correct.
and the essence of it is that you cannot store vehicles on the property overnight. Do I understand that to be the case?
Right, there are several vehicles stored there that don't appear to be customers' vehicles. There's no tags on the vehicles there that are stored. As you see by the photo, some are covered by tarps, some don't have tarps. It's just an exorbitant amount that are there.
I see that. I see that. What kind of business is this?
Mechanic shop.
What kind of shop?
Mechanic.
Mechanic. Okay.
Repair mechanic shop.
And the cars are outside by the parking lot.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Uribe, do you understand the violation that is asserted by the city?
Yes, I understand that there is a code violation in regards to storing vehicles. I have spoken with the business owner about it, and I am trying to make him understand that this needs to be resolved as soon as possible. It's always our well-being to get with the city code and try to resolve any kind of matter that there is.
Okay, so you're the owner and you're talking to the tenant of the
Correct.
property.
Correct.
Okay, you're not running the business, your tenant
No.
is.
No,
You
no.
have a lease?
Yeah, we have a lease.
Okay, you know what you can do when your tenant does not comply with city regulations, don't you?
Correct, yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna give you 30 days to get the owner of the business to comply. Obviously, if he doesn't comply, you have remedies that you can use against the operator.
Yes,
So,
definitely, because we don't wanna ever like, go against city code. And then I'm sorry, I apologize for the situation of the matter. What we want is to basically resolve everything that happens as soon as possible.
thank you. I appreciate your willingness to help. It does not look pretty when you see all of those disabled cars sitting there on a major highway. So you think 30 days is enough for you to persuade the owner? I mean, the operator of the.
Whatever time that you are able to give us, it will be amazing.
Okay, I don't think you need more than 30 days, so I'm gonna do 30 days. So based on the testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the photographs and the evidence presented, noting that the owner of the property is present and he concurs that the violation is still in effect, proper notice has been given. I find in favor of the city. Enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of 30 days. In the event of non-compliance, there shall be a daily fine of $500 until the violation is abated. So 30 days, you're fine. After 30 days, you're going to start accruing fines, and I'm not going to waive those fines. So you need to do your job as a landlord to ensure that your tenant complies with city codes.
I understand. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your willingness to cooperate, and I thank you for your testimony. Thank you, and let's hear the next case.
Thank you. I thank you for your time. Thank you.
The next case on the agenda is going to be item 32, Marco T. Rosas, case number CERCB 100066. The officer on this case is Colson. Property address is 425 Opelika Boulevard. This is a new case.
Okay, I guess we're gonna hear from the city now. Is the property owner present?
I don't see anyone present for this.
I don't believe so, Magistrate.
Okay, and this is case 33, correct?
32,
I'm
Marco T.
sorry.
Rosas.
32, okay, got it. Okay. Please proceed.
Officer Colson, Code Compliance Officer for the City of North Miami. This is a case about a variance not being obtained for both. As of the reinspection date, no variance it's a variance pending, but has not been obtained at all. So it's still in violation.
The property owner requested a board hearing, correct?
So I failed it before.
Okay, I noted in the backup, it said the property owner requested a board hearing. I wasn't sure whether it was a hearing before me or a hearing before the planning board.
Magistrate, if I may, Officer, if I can recall, you said that the zoning department denied this application.
Yes.
So I don't, you said it's pending. Is it pending or is it denied?
It's still, it shows in our system it's pending, but it's going to be denied by email that they sent me. I uploaded it to TCM, so it's going to be denied.
Okay, so
Okay.
from what I understand, Magistrate, the zoning department notified us that, as you can see here in the email provided by that department, that is denied by the zoning department, that the application had been denied.
Okay, and the property owner is not here. This case was was it previously adjudicated?
No, this is the first time we're hearing it.
Okay, based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the photographs and the evidence presented that the property has been out of compliance. No, this is not a ratification. This is we're going to set a date for compliance, correct?
That's correct.
All right, based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the photographs and the evidence presented depicting that the cited violation still exists, the proper notice has been given. I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of 30 days. In the event of non-compliance, there shall be a daily fine of $500 until the violation is abated. Okay?
Thank you.
Next case.
The next case on the agenda is item number 45, Xavier Osselin and wife versus lease. Case number CEBPR 21-00041. The officer on this case, Anna Sanders. The property is 1070 Northwest 128 Terrace. This is a new case.
I have Brent Beauchamp here virtually. Sir, if you could accept the invitation to enable your audio and video so you can be sworn in.
Good morning. Is it Mr. Beauchamp?
Brent Beauchamp, can you accept the invitation to enable audio and video, sir? I don't know, maybe if you stepped away. Oh, Dovani Jean-Baptiste, are you here on behalf of this case?
Hi, good morning. It's my dad. I'm trying to kind of like help him.
Okay.
On Zoom. He's also on FaceTime with me. Can you guys try to send?
All right, so Dovani, I've just given you an invitation to
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Hi, good morning, guys. Sorry.
Good
Can
morning.
you guys also send the notification to him again because it's his first time doing Zoom. I don't think he knows how.
he should have it. I've sent it several times.
O Eli, Waxetel. No, an alo la mama, ni pezi alo. Yeah, mo punya. Caméra lan ka bagay, fèl rete bay caméra.
Okay, so he just needs to enable his audio and his video now. I see him here. Okay. Sir, just unmute yourself. Okay, there you go. Will they need a translator?
Yes, I did put a translator for them. I don't know if she's here.
Creole translator, can you,
Creole.
all right, Pilar, can you swear me?
Can you please raise your right hand?
Levez mes doigts en l'air, s'il vous plaît.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say, I do.
Est-ce que vous jurez solennellement que toute information, tout témoignage pendant la procédure, ça y est vérité, seulement vérité et rien d'autre que vérité? Dis oui, m'accepter?
Oui, ma petite vérité.
Thank you.
Yes, I do.
Thank
Merci.
Shanna?
Anna Sanders, City of North Miami Code Compliance Officer. As originally stated, this is a new case for a building without permits.
Donc, c'est Shanna Sanders qui a parlé, c'est un co-officier dans la ville de North Miami. Et ça, c'est pour une construction qui a fait sans permission.
As shown in the pictures here, I originally cited the property on July 7th, 2021, whereas I saw some holes dug in the front end sides of the property.
Donc, j'en ai capable de voir dans photo là. Et alors, espace ça, moi, j'étais en citation sur lui le 7 juillet 2021, côté que nous capable de voir qu'il y a un trou, gagner un vaisseau et sous partie devant propriétaire.
After posting the property, the daughter and the wife immediately came to the office and had a conversation with me about an emergency plumbing situation that they had over the weekend.
Et après que nous avons fait une visite des propriétaires, madame là, avec petit là, est passée dans le bureau, elle a parlé avec moi et elle a expliqué qu'il y a un problème en urgence et pas faire plomberie dans le propriétaire.
As I explained to them, even though there was emergency, that now they needed to pull an after-the-fact permit. As of last week, September 8th, no permits have been submitted for the work. The holes have been closed, and again, no permits have been submitted and no application to the city has been, turned in at this time.
Et impliquer autour que même si tu as gagné un cas d'urgence, il est nécessaire pour faire un permis, après, même si c'est après travail, il faut permis en sortie. Et j'en ai capable de garder pendant la dernière semaine qui sont passées en zone 8 septembre, nous proposons de recevoir un permis. Et donc, permis en proposant de soumettre nous et il y a une application qui fait tout dans le bureau de ville.
Vous voulez me parler de Mia?
Yes, speak now.
No,
Yes.
Is the city finished?
Yes.
All right. I will admit all the photographs into evidence. When I asked the property owner to either one explain the nature of the emergency that required this work.
Bon, donc, on n'a pas de mettre photo ça à évidence. Et est-ce que nous-mêmes qui c'est mettre propriété ça capable d'expliquer l'urgence qui te gagne dans l'adresse, s'il vous plaît?
Oui. Oui.
All
right. I want to hear it.
OK. Moi, j'ai un cas, moi, fait acheter Moi, te besoin connaître si c'est qui tant qui gagne ou bien si c'est Sowell qui gagne. Mais
Comment?
moi, te gon kay moi fait acheter, moi gon badoum qui pas floché. Moi pas ka joindre côté clean out taillé, moi relé si a pour demander est-ce que kay là c'est qui tant ou bien Sowell. Il dit la prélève dans deux messieurs bon Dieu pour le faire me connaît livre information la prélève dans deux messieurs bon Dieu. Dans deux messieurs bon Dieu le relève dit c'est Sowell kay la gagne. Mais côté voisine ça, il dit oui et c'est clean out par là dans coin ça là dans bord parking. L'aime que dans bord parking moi pas joindre clean out là. Moi tourner encore m'aller dans l'autre clean dans l'autre coin kay là et côté ka photo apparaître là, moi checker moi jeune clean out là. Pour n'a mal lancé à me dire que moi jeune clean out là, qu'est-ce qu'on rentre dans mon co travail là pas que j'en fais. Pour n'a jeune clean out là, pour n'a la marchation boss pour faire travail là. Mais c'est pas un combine m'a fait, c'est boucher, badiment c'est boucher, moi j'ai besoin côté pour me passer on sécurité pour me cadrer déboucher, même pas de aucun clean out. Pour n'a élément de situation c'est sécurité qui gagne et puis mal checker dans coin l'autre coin ça encore pas dans même pas là dans coin pour même pas c'était collé et puis élément checker dans l'autre coin même clean out.
Okay, let's stop right there and let the interpreter do his job.
Yes, I can explain because it's a house that I just bought, and there was some problems when I came into the house. There was a bathroom that wasn't a toilet that wasn't flushing actually, and seems like there was a blockage somewhere. And I went to the city. I was asking what type of plumbing it was for the bathroom tubes, if it was what sounds like Sectitac or Surway. And then I went to a neighbor. The neighbor told me that it's right in the corner by the clean out. It's right in the corner by the parking lot, parking garage. And I went looking for it. I couldn't find it, and I went to the other side, to the other corner where you saw that everything was arranged there, and that's where I found the clean out. And I'm still looking for a worker, someone to do the work for me here. If you come, you'll see that the work hasn't been done yet. I'm still looking for someone to work on that for me. And I did go to the city and inform them that I found where the problem was. It's not a plumbing issue. It's just a tube that has like a blockage in it, and the toilet is not flushing.
Did you do the work yourself, sir?
Est-ce que c'est vous-même qui te fait travail là, monsieur?
Oui, c'est moi qui cherché, lui, moi qui cherché. On a moi pour carrer. Même pas c'est clean out là, c'est moi qui cherche pour passer clean out là. Et maintenant pour nous on va passer clean out là et puis me déflocher.
Yes, I did that myself. I actually looked for it. I found it in the corner here. Now I'm looking for someone to do the work for me. But I did put in the clean out myself. I went to Home Depot and bought what I needed and put that in myself.
All right. You know, sir, that you need to pull a permit in order to get a licensed plumber to complete the work, correct?
Mais on connaît, monsieur, il faut qu'on sortir un permis pour capable un plombier qui est licencié pour faire travail là, pas vrai?
Non, pas faire plombier, non, c'est juste clean out, I'm chercher me déboucher tête, I'm passer clean dans la.
With all due respect, I don't want to hear a story. I just want an answer to my question.
Non, alors, ça manque au respect, je pas besoin pour moi une histoire, j'ai juste besoin pour répondre à une question.
Oh oui.
Yes.
Okay. How much time do you need to get a permit, a plumber, and then get the city to issue a permit to finish the job? How much time do you need?
Mais combien de temps on a besoin là pour capable prendre un plombier qui est licencié et puis pour faire bilan barreau permis pour travail là? Combien de temps on a besoin?
Solide 90 jours.
90 days.
I'm going to give you 60, okay? All right. Based on the testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the photographs and the evidence presented depicting that the cited violation still exists, the proper notice has been given. I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of 60 days. In the event of non-compliance, there shall be a daily fine of $500 until the violation is paid. Thank you, sir. Have a good day.
Bon, par rapport à témoignage que officier, alors co-officier Villan Bay et photo qui prend yo, nous capables de remarquer que alors problème yo dit qui gagne, il existe vrai. Donc par rapport avec tout ça que nous parlons aujourd'hui là, tout témoignage qui et tout, m'a payé pour en règle avec tout ça. Et si toutefois 60 jours passés et que ça qui pour faire temps ou pas fait l'île, ça n'a bien un paiement qui a commencé à monter sur de $500 chaque jour jusqu'à ce que le travail soit fait.
OK, merci.
Thank you. Have a good day. Next case.
Bonjour.
Next item on the agenda is going to be item number 31. Manuel Hernandez. Vanessa Willis is the officer. The case number is CEBPR 2021-00039. This is a new case for property 974 Northeast 145 Street.
Alejandro, I've just enabled your audio and video. If you would just accept so we can get started.
Good morning.
Good morning. Can you enable your video, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you please raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Vanessa Willis, co-compliance officer for the city of North Miami. This particular property was issued a courtesy notice initially for work that was done on the property, construction that was being done on the property. They were asked to obtain after the fact building permits for all of the interior renovations that were done. At the time of the inspection, the property had been completely gutted and there were no permits on file. The property was given a violation after the courtesy notice. A violation came and a stop work order was issued for the property. Violations were sent certified mail to the property owner as well as posted at the property. Currently, there is a permit on file, DBR 00-2021-00284. They applied on July 16, 2021. No approvals on the permit at this time. And all of the work that has been done is not listed. As you see on the previous photo that was there, there's electrical work that was done inside the property as well, and that's not listed on the permit application that I'm able to obtain or I'm able to view in the system. So this is a new case, and currently there is no.
All right. Who's here to speak on behalf of the property owner?
I am, Your Honor, Alejandro Machuel.
Okay. What is your relationship to the property?
My wife and I actually bought the property under an LLC in early July. The owner of record under the county still shows the estate of Mr. Manuel Hernandez. He is deceased. We bought the property from his wife. He unfortunately passed away due to COVID, and who was the one that was actually doing the remodel. So we bought the property from her, understanding that there were code violations. I did submit to the city when we applied for the initial permit, the warranty deed. The permits were initially denied due to some missed paperwork, not missed paperwork, but misfilled out paperwork. We did resubmit the permit application with a certified copy of the warranty deed, since the county record still doesn't show that Matrel Investments LLC purchased the property. The property was as of record, the warranty deed shows July 6th. The actual funding date of the property was July 12th. Our initial application was July 16th. As the city went through its process, we did hire, prior to that, the initial general contractor and architect, and have been working with the city in terms of trying to get the permit. There is a permit application, including for windows. We're updating the windows as well. There was a reoccupancy inspection done, which of course failed due to the condition of the property. And under the review, we were also trying to see what other permit we needed. The second filing of the permit, the reapplication, was done on August 31st. Items were reviewed as early as late as September 2nd. And one of the items that were missing also were the updated liability insurance from the general contractor, which have been submitted back on August 31st, as well as the workers' comp exemption letter. That also was an item that was incorrectly filed, and then that's been resubmitted.
Special Magistrate, can I chime in?
Yes, please, Mr. Beswick.
Good morning, Gary Beswick from the Building Department. For clarification, the permit that's on file is insufficient to the scope of work that's taking place. So what you need to do is you need to apply for a brand new permit or amend the one that you have in our office. The current one is stated for windows. You need a permit for a complete interior alteration, renovation, or whatever you want to term it. You need something for the entire scope of what's going on. It's a complete renovation in progress without permit, not just windows.
No, correct. And we did apply for building as well, and we gave all the information to the architect. So, and then the refiling was done. If the refiling is insufficient, we'll file right away.
Because I just check it. I'm checking it while he was talking, I was looking at it. And I don't see anything that was resubmitted to our office.
Who's your general contractor, Mr. Maturel?
Pure and Home LLC.
Mr. Beswick, is that reflected on your records?
Hold on, let me check.
And while you're checking, you might want to give us the name of the architect.
Will do.
Well, Mr. Maturel, who's the architect?
On the plan. I thought I had it listed here.
The name of the contractor is Frederick P-U-R-E-N, and is P-U-R-E-N Homes LLC. Now I have it listed here as a contractor.
When I look at, we've been checking just about daily the online permit service. So it is listed there under applicant Pure and Homes LLC. When you look at pending items, it says insurance and workers' comp exemption letter. If you click on the drop down from permit to actions, it gives the history of the item, and it's been reviewed by, and I guess that's the confusion part, it's been reviewed by some of the inspectors, a building inspector, electrical inspector. So we'll amend as needed. We just needed to know exactly what we needed to amend for.
Okay, the problem is the permit application stated after the fact to replace 11 windows, 3 doors, dry walls in the bedrooms and in kitchen. And the review process, for some, the electrical put NA, not upper, which is incorrect. So basically the scope of work needed change for complete interior renovation.
Well, we do have drywalls there in the building application.
The application is misleading. It needs to be a complete renovation.
Yeah, those are the magic words. This is a total rehab of a property, total rehab. This is not about windows or drywall or anything else. This is a total rehab. So you have to file the necessary permits. I'm sure that the fee is higher. I'm sure there's more work that you're gonna have to do, but we're not gonna cut corners here. This is about as bad a situation as I've seen as a special magistrate, a total rehab of a house without a building permit, including electrical, which to me sounds like a life safety issue.
That's correct.
So, you know, I'm disturbed that, you know, somebody who is as knowledgeable as you are, sir, and acquired the property with open eyes, knowing that the property was, had a lot of problems with the city, and here we are a couple of months later, and we're still talking about windows and minor stuff, okay? So, you know, let's, if you need 30 days, I'll give you 30 days. You're gonna have to get your house in order, in order to, in order to comply. Now, obviously, there's a stop work order, right, Mr. Beswick?
Yes.
Okay, so does that mean that the workers can go in after they get their permit and complete the job? Or do they need an additional consent from the building official?
No, all I need is an issued permit. Once the permit is issued,
Correct.
they can continue. But until then, they can't do nothing.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well-
I mean, you know, for the record, we're not even going to use the original proof. We're going to building. My understanding is that the previous owner wasn't even using a general contractor, so we're going to be using the proof from that general contractor that he provided. So there hasn't been work there. Everything stands still. The notice is still posted and so forth.
Okay, so you need the licensed contractors to file whatever paperwork they need to do regarding insurance, workers' compensation, and what have you. You need to file. No, you've done it already.
I'm sorry, sir. I didn't mean to interrupt. Yes, the liability insurance from the general contract was filed back on, refiled August 31st with the corrections that had to show City of North Miami and the workers' comp exemption letter. And the plans were originally submitted. So what I can do is have the architect update plans to show electrical and plumbing, as Mr. Beswick had mentioned.
Well, he also mentioned that you have to amend the application to
Correct.
reflect a total rehab, complete renovation of the property, because that triggers additional inspections. So is that correct, Mr. Beswick?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna give you 30 days, Mr. Matudelo, to get your paperwork in order, get the work done, get it started, and as long as there's progress and Mr. Beswick is fully informed that you're moving along expeditiously, I'm not going to set any fines right now, but you need to, you know, you bought a pig in a poke, you bought a problem. You got to fix it. So
Correct.
based on the testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the photographs and the evidence presented, and having heard from the new property owner, and all reflecting that the violations at this property still exist, I find in favor of the city enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of I'm going to say 60 days because of the nature of the work that needs to get done and because it's building takes a little longer. Compliance date of 60 days in the event of, and there's no threat or harm to the public or anyone else because there's a stop work order and nobody can go in there. Compliance date of 60 days. In the event of non-compliance, there shall be a daily fine of $500 until the violation is abated. So I think 60 days will get you to a good place, and you need to talk to Mr. Beswick if you have any questions as to what needs to get done. Thank you, and let's hear the next case now.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is item number 28, Luis A. Sosa, case number MHBIO 9000485. This case was previously adjudicated with an abatement date of May 6th. The fine set was $500. The officers Gary Beswick and the property location is 4045 Northeast 7th Avenue.
Anybody here on behalf of the property owner?
Yes, Mr. Luis here. Sir, if you can just unmute yourself so we can swear you in.
Good morning.
Good morning. Can you please raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
Do.
Thank you.
Can I ask for an interpreter, please?
Yes. Spanish interpreter?
Spanish interpreter, please.
Hello, I'm the Spanish interpreter. So,
all right, let's hear from the city.
Good morning, this is Gary Beswick for the City of North Miami Building Department. On the property, this case already been heard. On the property was cited basically to convert the carport into a living space. And basically, we need an update from the property owner of where we're at, because the only thing we have on file that May the 5th of 2021, they applied for a permit and it was signed out and went to Durham. So we need an update of what's going on with that process. It's not in our.
Okay, Mr. Singh Sahoa, can you please let the city know what is going on with Durham and with follow-up to the last hearing that we had back in March, where you were adjudicated. But why don't you bring us up to date? Where are you in terms of getting the permits for the screen porch, I guess?
muy bien. Entonces, señor Sinsajoa, ahora lo que quisiéramos saber es una actualización de cómo están las cosas con lo que usted ha hecho, debido a que quisiéramos saber cómo están las cosas desde marzo, que fue cuando esto se adjudicó primeramente. Quisiéramos saber cómo van las cosas de avanzadas con lo que son los permisos para esta porche.
Bueno, primero que todo, estoy en un sitio donde mi señal es mala y por eso solicité el intérprete para tratar de entender bien. Entiendo, tengo muy mala señal. Yo no soy el señor Sinsajoa, yo soy su general contractor. Soy la persona que está a cargo de someter en este momento el respectivo paperwork para el trabajo que él va a realizar. En la última vez que estuvimos hablando...
No, let's stop right there and let's interpret what he just said. He is not Mr. Singh Sahoa. He's the general contractor. Can you interpret that, Mr. Estrada?
Okay, so yeah, first out of anything, I'm in a place right now where I'm having a bad signal, and so that's the reason that I as well asked for an interpreter. And so I'm not Luis Sinsajoa, I'm the general contractor. I'm the one that is in charge to settle all the paperwork for him.
All right, he may continue.
¿Puede continuar, señor?
Ok. Nosotros sometimos el respectivo paperwork to Miami-Dade County, their department, en mayo 13. Recibimos unos comentarios de los diferentes reviewers del proyecto. Sometimos y contestamos a las solicitudes de estos reviewers y todos aprobaron menos el reviewer que en ese momento hizo los comentarios Miss Jenny López. Miss Jenny López, que corresponde a WhatsApp. Miss Jenny López se lo traspasó al señor Carlos Esquivel, el reviewer de WhatsApp, y cuando nosotros lo sometimos el agosto 19, y desde agosto 20 no he podido saber por qué el señor Esquivel no contesta, no pone comentarios, no nos aprueba, no nos aprueba. He estado intentando contactarlo.
Señor, lo voy a parar ahí.
Stop.
No. All right, so we already submitted all the paperwork that it was supposed to that was supposed to be done back on May the 13th to the Miami department, and so we were waiting for well, the reviewers to comment, and so we saw that the reviewers comments, we answered all what was needed, and all of that was approved. Just one person was the one who didn't. Just one person was the one who didn't actually approve it, which was Miss Jenny Lopez. Then from Jenny Lopez, this was transferred to some Carlos Esquivel, and so we were notified about that on August 19th, and so. What we're like hoping right now is to have an answer for Carlos Esquivel, because that's actually the concern right now, that he is not answering at all, that he is not saying like he's not commenting anything as a reviewer.
He also mentioned, Mr. Interpreter, that the holdup with the permitting at the county is with WASA.
Okay, Magistrate, you can table for 60 days.
Sir, can you repeat that?
You can table it for 60 days.
All right, I'm going to table it for 60. First of all, before I do that, I want to know the name of this gentleman.
Primero que nada, señor, ¿me pudiera dar su nombre?
Oh, perdón, mi nombre es Rafael Rodríguez y soy el qualifier de Amazing Designer Services General Contractor Corporation.
You know that your license is going to be on the hook, right? If this is not done right.
Entonces, ¿sabe usted que su licencia va a estar en riesgo si esto no se hace bien?
Sí, señor, correcto. Sí, estoy muy enterado.
You're a licensed general contractor.
Usted es un contratista certificado.
Sí, señor.
Mr. Beswick, other than Durham, is there anything else that is holding up the work?
No, basically, once it's finished, Jay, then they bring it back to the building department.
And then it's approved routinely?
Yes.
And all we're talking about is a porch?
No, well, they converting the porch into a bedroom and a bathroom.
Oh, so that's the issue.
Yeah, and I gotta go to Wausau as well because of the bathroom.
And did that go through any kind of planning or zoning process?
No, they have to go there first, then they come here, then go through our process.
Okay. So based on the recommendation of the city, I will table this matter for, how much time did you say you needed?
Muy bien, entonces.
Mr. Beswick, how much time do you think is fair?
60.
All right, table for 60 days. Thank you.
Muy bien, señor. Entonces, esto basado en la recomendación de lo que la ciudad dio, se le estará poniendo un término de 60 días.
Ok, lo que pasa es que eso no está en mis manos. Yo creo que el señor Biswick sabe perfectamente que los tiempos que maneja la ciudad para aprobar actualmente los permisos están sobrepasados. Yo tengo permisos esperando hasta 6 meses siendo aprobados y por el problema de la pandemia, ahí estamos. Espero resolver esto prontamente, ya pagamos los impact fees y todo, someter a la ciudad de North Miami y esperar el proceso rutinario que estará en manos de ellos el tiempo, así que dentro de 60 días podré decirles qué tanto he avanzado por los inspectores correspondientes.
All right.
Gracias.
Mr. Beswick will check with them to make sure that everything is moving along swiftly. And whether the issue is the county or whether the issue is you, we'll take that into consideration. But we want you to follow up quickly, and hopefully it'll be done by the next time we hear the case. Thank you. Let's move on to the next case. We have
Thank you,
on the
Honor.
agenda.
Thank you, Honor.
Entonces, señor, pues al momento, pues, independientemente de lo que se haya dicho el señor Beswick, entonces usted se va a estar tomando en consideración, ya sea si sea de su parte o si sea de parte de la ciudad. Lo que queremos de usted es que usted le esté dando un seguimiento rápido,
Sí.
y estaremos hablando de usted, estaremos escuchando de usted la siguiente vez.
Muchas gracias. Feliz día.
All right, thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
The next item on the agenda is the item number 46, Stephanie E. Alvarez, case number CEBPR 10001. Ed May St. Louis is the officer. Property address is 160 Northwest 21 Street. Okay.
Is the property owner present?
Who's the property owner?
She's an attendee, Stephanie Alvarez.
Ms. Alvarez, if you can enable your audio and video, please. What number is this on the agenda?
46.
Ms. Alvarez, if you can accept the invitation. You can unmute yourself, please.
Good morning.
Hello.
Okay, there we are.
Sorry, let me, give me a sec. I'm also at work. Let me just hold on. I need to be right back. Okay, I apologize for that.
Tell us who you are and your relationship to the property.
My name is Stephanie Alvarez. I am the property owner.
Okay, let me hear from the city. This has to do with windows and doors installed without permits. Let me
I'm
hear
gonna swear
from
the
the city.
customer in. I'm gonna swear the customer in first.
Okay.
Ma'am, can you please raise your right hand for me? Ms.
Ms.
Alvarez?
Alvarez?
I apologize. Okay, yes.
Can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give in today's proceeding shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank
you. And just, can I just add, my husband's here too. Is there any way you could swear him into just in case? Because I might not be able to talk the whole time. Like
What's
I said,
his name, Ms. Alvarez?
It's Julio Alvarez. He's right here.
Okay, so he should have been sworn in as well. Can we swear whoever is going to give the testimony in, please?
They both are.
Yeah, well, yeah, we both are. So here he is.
Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give in today's proceeding shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
All right, are we ready to hear from the city?
Good morning, Code Officer Edmund St. Louis. This case was originally opened back in April 21st of 2021. It's in regards to the windows and doors installed without permit. As you can see, this is the Google picture view of what the property looked like. And as you scroll down, there's no permit on file for the windows and doors. However, the property owner did apply for an addition permit, but she mentioned she was waiting for the contractor to go ahead and include the windows and doors. As of the final reinspection date, there is no permit on file for the windows.
All right, Mr. Alvarez or Mrs. Alvarez, Do you understand the nature of the violations?
Yes.
How much time do you need to get the necessary permits, get the contractor to apply for the permits, and get the work legalized?
So I would say, I mean, the thing is that it is already, so what happened was that, because we're applying, we already did the process of the addition, and it's actually included in the plan. So when I spoke to somebody from the city, they told me that it would be, because the county, it was going through a county approval. So the county approved it, and then I told the city, I'm like, will you guys be able to update it on your end, as in like the permit, because it'll be all included under that permit. They told me yes, but apparently recently, I would say like a month, I would say a month ago, when I was, like I said, this has been a process, a very long, frustrating process, that now they're saying that it has to be in the description or something of the permit, even though it's in the plans, but it's just not in the description. So right now we're working on getting it on the description, so it's included and it's shown that the windows and the doors are included in that permit. So I mean, I guess, I mean, right now, I don't know, I put it out a month, but obviously that's not enough, because there's just been a back and forth with my contractor and his company that he's using that is, I guess, inputting all the information. So I mean, if you could give me 60 days, that'd be great, just to give it enough time so it's updated, because I mean, it's in the plan, it's just not shown when the city looked it up, it's not shown that it's just shown as an addition, but the windows and the doors are included in that plan.
Okay, the windows and the doors were installed by your general contractor?
So it was actually, this is the way we bought the house, but we have all that information from when it was installed, like I think there's a word for it. I mean, basically, that is up to code. Like, everything is up to code. So he checked it, and it is. It's just because we're going to add this. Like, when we bought the house, we're going to add the addition. That's why he was already going to include it in that. So it's just a matter of, I guess, getting you guys to inspect it. But that was already in the plan to get it.
Okay.
In that.
Let me see if I can bring some clarity. Because you said a lot, but you really haven't dealt with the issue that is before the city today, which is the windows on the door. Obviously, somebody at some point, perhaps before you bought the property, put in some windows and a door without a permit, right?
Yes.
Okay, so those two items have to be legalized.
Yes.
Windows are very important in this hurricane season. Okay, they gotta be according to code.
Yes.
Now, you may or may not have gone to the county or Durham for other things, but for purposes of the city of North Miami, we're only dealing with windows and a door. And correct?
Yes, which is its process.
All right, now, for the city's purposes, you need to apply for an after the fact building permit for the windows and the doors, so that the city has their building inspectors, they can go out there and make sure that the windows and door are in compliance with the building code. You understand that, right?
Yes. Yes.
So whatever happened in the county is of no significance, no relevant. It's not relevant because we're not dealing with county issues. We're dealing with a city issue. So your contractor needs to deal with the city's building department. And I don't know what you mean by description, whether it's in or whether it's out. You need to get an application filed, an after the fact application to get your windows and the door legalized. You understand that's what you need to do, right?
Yes, correct. So
okay.
That's what, but what I mean is, I guess I'm not making myself clear, is that I already had the addition and everything, and he was supposed to include the windows and the door. So apparently, I don't know if his side, the ones that are doing the paperwork, didn't do it correctly, but I guess apparently, like you said, it has to be separate, but I spoke to somebody, they said that once everything is approved from the county, it's going, and they're waiting, I guess now through the city, because they have to, I guess, the county had to approve it first, and then the city would review it. They said they could update it, that it's going to be like a separate permit, but that hasn't been done, and that's what I've been working on. But I guess apparently if I have to do a separate one, which is.
Yeah, I'm gonna defer to Mr. Beswick, right? Is Mr. Beswick the officer on this case?
No, Mr. Beswick is the building inspector.
Okay, so, who's the officer on this case?
I am.
Okay, Ms. St. Louis, can you please explain to Ms. Alvarez exactly what it is that you need to do?
To obtain an after-the-fact permit for the windows and doors that's installed.
Okay, and that's with the city, that's not with the county,
That's with the city.
right? And whatever the county did or did not do has nothing to do with the city's building department.
What she's referencing with the county is because she has an addition permit and she's trying to have the after-the-fact permit for the windows included in there.
And of course, she can't do that, right?
Yes, you can.
Yes, she can?
Yes.
Okay, that's why I asked for you, Mr. Beswick.
I'm sorry. Yeah, she
Okay.
can, once it come back here, she can include the windows and the doors. Yeah.
But they still have to go through your office.
Correct. Once it come back from Miami-Dade, then they can add it to the scope of work.
Okay, so is it, what is your recommendation? Do we give them 60 days to get the permit?
For the come back from them, yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna table this matter for 60 days. And I know the property owner is moving diligently to get all the necessary permits, and I know it's confusing because you're dealing with multiple agencies, and I know how difficult it is to get anything done at the county level. So I'm gonna table this for 60 days.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Alvarez. I appreciate it, and I think we now understand what we need. Okay.
Thank you so much.
All right, next case.
The next case is going to be item number 22. Horatio R. Tuhor, case number CESPR 1000002. Property address is 12746 Northeast 4th Avenue. The officer for this case is Ed St. Louis. This is a new case.
Mr. Tuhor?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
My name is Diego Tuhor. I'm Horacio's enormous son. They're in a medical appointment. They were here they were on the Zoom for a little bit, for a while, but now they have to step in the medical appointment. They don't speak Spanish, and I was there when to meet with Officer St. Louis, so she knows me as well.
Okay,
She
sir,
visits
can I
the
please
property.
swear you in?
Yeah.
Raise your hand. Thank you. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give in each proceeding shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
All right, and your name is Diego, right?
Yes, sir.
You're the son of the property owner,
Yes, sir.
and you're speaking today with the authority that your father gave you to speak on his behalf.
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand the nature of the charges of the violation?
Yes, Magistrate.
Okay. Was the property rented to someone?
No, it was never rented short term. Are you talking about the report back last year, I believe?
Well, I'm going to let the city put on its case, and then you'll have an opportunity to respond.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Okay. City?
Good morning,
Ms.
Court
St. Louis?
Officer Edmay St. Louis. This violation is in regards to short-term rental that was conducted back April 4th No, April 3rd through the 5th of 2021. We received the police report from the North Miami Police Department. And upon the police report, and we went ahead and conducted a short-term rental violation, which was issued to the property owner, posted, and mail certified.
Can you read the relevant portions of the police report which deal with the issue of the rent?
Sure.
And follow up with additional details as it relates to the case.
No problem. On 4/4/2021, at approximately 02:02 hours, I was dispatched to the areas of Northeast 127th Street and Northeast 3rd Ave in reference to loud noise and music. Upon arrival in the area, I heard a loud gathering of people at 12747 Northeast 4th Ave. I made contact with Shaquille Tinwell, who advised he was renting the house from the owner. Shaquille stated that he paid the owner of the house a total of $6,800 to rent the house from 4/3/2021 to 4/5/2021. Shaquille had a large gathering of people at the above stated address. The house is listed on Airbnb. I advised Shaquille to keep the noise and music to a minimum, and he stated he will comply. This is from the body-worn camera of the officer.
Actually, that's the incident report. Magistrate, if I may, I do believe we have the North Miami police officer with us who wrote the incident report. If I can add him to the call.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'd like to hear from the officer.
Hello? Hi, I'm the officer Carol.
Yeah, we can hear you. Your screen says Angel Rivera.
Yeah, he should have renamed himself. We apologize about that.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm Officer Carroll. Yeah, whatever you guys want to hear. So yeah, I was dispatched at 2 o'clock in the morning of loud music in they gave an intersection of Northeast 127 and Northeast 3rd. And as I'm driving around that area, I see a large group of cars in front of the house at the 12747 Northeast 4. So I knocked on the door just to have them lower the music. And I just, out of curiosity, I asked to get multiple loud calls there to that house. I asked, I believe his name was Shaquille. He stated he was from New Jersey and he was renting the property from April 3rd to April 5th, and he paid the owner $6,800, and it was from him who stated that it was listed on Airbnb.
Magistrate, for reference, we also have, I believe, the body-worn camera footage that was supplied by the North Miami Police Department. And if I'm correct, St. Louis and Quintero, can you guys confirm that the body-worn footage depict what it is that you just testified on?
Yeah,
that is correct.
Let's see it.
I'm going to attempt it. Let's see if I can make it happen here.
By the way, officer, while we're waiting on the video, did Mr. Shaquille proffer any paperwork, lease, or other documents reflecting that he was renting the property from the owner?
No, he just stated he had rented it for that 3-day span. So there's no paperwork. He just told me he found it on Airbnb and his whole family was there.
Can you see this?
All right.
Is the video viewable?
Yes.
Okay.
Is that another officer there present?
Yeah, there was one. I don't know who it was right now.
And this was at 2 a.m. 2:12.
Yeah.
Do you need to rehear any parts of it, magistrate, or is that?
I'm fine. I'm fine. Officer, did you witness how many people were inside the premises while you were there?
Looks like
No, because he came to the front door, there was just a lot of cars in front.
How many cars?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I don't recall, it was a few months ago. But there was a lot of cars, the music and commotion from coming inside, but the team outside closed the door behind him. I didn't see exactly how many people.
Okay. Did you issue him any violations, noise or illegally parked cars? Did you take any action from your end?
No, all the cars were parked in the driveway. I don't have any type to issue a noise violation, so I just wrote the report, excuse me, and sent it over to code enforcement.
Okay. All right. I've heard from the officer. Thank you very much for your testimony. I appreciate it. It's always best to have, by the way, city, to have the officer testify as opposed to relying on a written report, which some may challenge as hearsay. But we've now heard from the officer. Is the city ready to continue?
Yes, magistrate.
Okay. Anything else?
I'll let the officer provide any additional research and testimony that she may have as a part of her investigation.
Okay.
Yes, so continuing with this case, Your Honor, this case was previously cited in the past by former code officers, but it has not been in front of a magistrate. However, the property owner did in fact pay for a citation that was for short-term rental. That is also added within the TCM where all the evidence are submitted. And upon searching through the, I believe it's the Exchange Home app that Mr. Duauer made me aware of, we did see that he does get paid $300 upon renting a house or the exchanging of home exchange that does occur based on what the app states.
What, $300 a day?
Not sure if it's $300 a day.
May I speak?
Not well. Let me ask the officer if she knows. If she doesn't know, then I'll ask you. $300 a day? Is it $300 a day or how is it paid?
According to the app, it states upon arrival at the property, you have to pay $300 for deposit.
Okay.
That's a separate violation.
All right. Let me now hear from the property owner's son. First of all, let me ask you this: does your father live at this house?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the property, they bought this property, they're retired, to be able to retire, and we have, a large family and to enjoy with them over the weekends. We have family here in Miami and who come from overseas. So yeah, they live there. The home exchange app, the $300, not a charge for staying there. As I mentioned to you, the home exchange, you but you let guests, the way it works, you let guests stay in the rooms or some rooms, and you're able to collect points, and with those points you can travel somewhere else. This is not what they stay there. The $300 is for cleaning fee, and that is stated on the website. Well,
Okay, Mr. Duhor, on the evening in question, when the officer showed up, April 4, was your father at the house?
I think they were at the house. I think what happened back then, not saying by any means that the police officer is lying. He probably heard this from whoever that person was. I have a feeling that maybe the people who were doing the home exchange, maybe they and because I'm just learning this, right? I didn't have this report or understood what was going on. I have a feeling that maybe these people, came through the home exchange app and, got paid to invite people over. I'm sure if it was noise, maybe my parents were out for that evening. I'll have to check into what was going on back then. I just learning about it.
All right. So do you agree that the property was listed through Airbnb?
No, I don't. That wasn't the case. No, I don't agree with that.
City, do you have evidence that the property was put on Airbnb?
At search Airbnb, there's no evidence on Airbnb for any listing for that property, but the listing that we did find afterwards was.
Is that like an Airbnb kind of platform?
It appears to be similar.
So, Magistrate, if
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes. Let me hear from the son first.
Yeah, it's not similar. It's not a paid platform. It's an exchange. It's like the name describes. It's a home exchange. You exchange estates. You don't get paid for it. They do that while they're at the house. They're able to, because if the house has 8 rooms, 8 bedrooms, number of bathrooms, they stay by themselves. This is how they vacation around the world.
Yeah. Unfortunately, sir, whatever you call it, getting any consideration for a leasing program from people that are not immediate family members or your guests constitutes an illegal short-term rental. I don't care what you call it. And
it's not a lease. It's not a lease relationship.
It doesn't matter. It can be a daily thing, or it can be points. It can be a shaking of the hand. These are not members of your family, are they?
No.
Okay, and you were not inviting friends to stay over for the few days. These are not friends of the family, are they?
Not necessarily, no. But
okay. All right, Ms. Patterson, you were going to say something?
Yeah, well, I was going to just provide a little further insight into the home exchange, but I mean, I think it sounds like you're, on the right path. And then the only thing I wanted to also highlight was that there is a prior admission of guilt for short-term rental, again, by way of a payment of a code citation. And I just wanted to make sure that that's something that that's not overlooked. That was
Can I clarify that?
Indicated by the
let her finish.
Can we confirm the date of the payment of that citation, when that ticket was paid? And can someone give me that information? So they've been cited by the Code Enforcement Department for short-term rental, and the last enforcement method used was via immediate citation, and that citation was paid. And as you know, Magistrate, paid citation is also an admission of guilt.
Is that on the ticket?
Yes, it's on the record on the on our evidence record.
Okay, Mr. Dahour, the city claims that the payment of that ticket was an admission that you were engaged in short-term rental. Your response?
Yeah, may I ask what date was that?
The ticket was the ticket number CTSTR 2018-0009. 0009. It was paid on September 11th of 2008.
Okay, when was the citation happened? Not when it was paid.
Issue was, ticket was issued, August 13th, 2018 by former Court Officer Rahima Gold.
Okay, this is just, if you allow me to clarify 1 minute, this was a ticket done for posting, for having a listing on Airbnb. This was when my parents bought the property and were going off for summer, and that's when we learned it was not allowed. We learned that the hard way. We never posted anything on Airbnb. That was just a listing that we paid the fine, we acknowledged the fine, we paid for it. We never done it again. The home exchange is a totally different thing, and if you don't allow it, we understand and we won't do it again. But we believe it's a totally different thing, and you are not getting paid. You're not getting any money.
Magistrate, I'd like to add that the property was cited for short-term advertising and for a rental back in 2018. The rental activity itself was a ticket that was paid for. Clark, can you clarify the short-term activity, the advertisement? I don't know if that went before magistrate or if we complied it based on them removing the ad. But both provisions of the code were cited based on the department catching the activity and the advertisement. So I just want to clarify whether or not there was any adjudication on the advertisement back then, but I mean, this case is not in reference to advertisement, it's in reference to rental, which is in line with the rental citation that was paid back in 2018.
Okay, so why don't you, and by the way, my decision is not going to be based on what happened 3 years ago, okay? You know, I'm of the view that people sometimes pay a ticket for reasons other than being guilty. They may pay a ticket because they don't want to fight, they don't want to challenge it, they don't want to spend money or time.
We don't want to waste your time. Yeah.
Okay, so I don't put much value on that, but nonetheless, I do want to hear from Ms. Patterson regarding this home sharing program, and specifically what benefits, if any, the property owner received by being a member of this program or platform, whatever it is. I've never heard it before. What explain that program and how the owner benefits from it?
So I'll do so. The only reason I just want to circle back, the only reason I bring that up, and the attorney can further, clarify, our code, magistrate, in terms of repeat offender, acknowledges omission of a citation for the same code that was cited under the same code section. So that was the reason why that was brought to your attention. With respect to home exchange, the first time we had heard of this platform was through this case. We did the website itself, it explains that the program works through a point system. It appears as though you can advertise your property. You pay a membership to be a part of this organization or this platform, and the homes are exchanged, whether it's a day, a week, month. It just varies. So the son of the property owner himself was who informed us of the platform that they were using to exchange their property on. And our code is based, I just kind of want to defer back to what was stated by the property, excuse me, not the property owner, but by the person that was renting in that video, who indicated they were in the property for 3 days. And on all levels, the city just doesn't allow for short-term rentals.
Well, how do you reconcile the payment of $6,800 for a 3-day period of time with this home exchange program? I thought we were only talking about exchanging points, not cash.
So so the property owner could probably speak better to how any monies, if monies were exchanged or how that worked. Again, I mean, our concern was the fact that the property was rented for 3 days.
Yeah, so Mr. DeHuer, do you deny that a payment of $6,800 was made by the gentleman that was shown on the video, in the police video?
Yeah, I deny it completely. We didn't collect any payment. I don't know who that person is. Again, I'm just learning about these details. I don't know if the person was lying to the police officer because he thought he was getting in trouble. People act weird when police arrive or they feel.
But magistrate, I would implore you to just, I mean, who was the person? Who was the person? We're talking about a random person. Who was the person?
Do you know the person?
No, I don't know the person.
Okay, see, that's the whole problem with short-term rentals, is that you don't know who you're bringing into a single-family neighborhood. Your house cannot be used as a bed and breakfast. Your house cannot be used as a hotel or a motel because it invites rowdy behavior. It involves drugs. It involves multiple cars. It involves trashing the neighborhood. It is not, when you buy into a single-family neighborhood, you don't want your next door neighbor to be having these parties till 2 o'clock in the morning with people that you don't even know. So whether it's Airbnb or direct rental from you or your parents or some other platform like Home Exchange, the Home Exchange may very well be a great idea. You just have to do it in the right place where it's legal. In a single family residential neighborhood under the zoning law, you can't have, you can't lease your property or rent your property or give your property to somebody for less than 3 months. That's the law. And these people are staying there for 3 days. It's like a hotel.
Even there's no money exchange.
It doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter if there's no money. Yes, there is no money exchange, but there's some benefit that you receive. You don't do it, as a public service. You are receiving consideration. You're receiving points in lieu of money. So it's a benefit to you to do this, and you may want to keep doing it, but you need to do it in an area that allows it. So let me ask the city or the city attorney, what is my authority here? Is it a one-time fine? Is it what is the range of options that I have based on what I've heard? And I'm finding for the city, I just don't know what the fine would be.
If I may add, Your Honor, I would consider that to be a repeat violation only because our code does specify that any violation that occurred within 5 years is considered a repeat violation of the same part of the code. So I am looking at our code to see what the fine would be for a repeat
So repeat violations are up to 5,000, special magistrate. And if you were to rule as an irreparable, irreversible violation, it's up to 15,000.
Okay. Because it is a repeat violation and based on the evidence and the testimony of the officer and the harm that is caused to the neighbors by this type of activity, and because I want to be heard loud and clearly, this is not something that can be tolerated in a single-family neighborhood. I am going to assess a fine of $5,000 based on the testimony that I've heard, and that's a one-time fine. And then if it happens again, then it increasingly goes up to 15,000. Is that how it works?
So the fine under the repeat offender is 5,000, is a daily fine. The the irreparable, irreversible is a one-time fine.
Okay, I am based on what I've heard.
Up to 15,000.
Okay, but they're being charged with a one-time violation for that evening. So based on what I've heard, is the fine will be $5,000.
As irreparable, irreversible charge.
As irreparable and irreversible, and the seriousness of the violation. It's not a petty violation. It's far more serious than people think. So that's it. Next case.
The next case is going to be item 29, Luz and Alva. Case number CEGMP 8100023. Vanessa Willis is the officer. Property address is 14110 Northeast 12th Avenue. It is a first-time case. The customer is Luis Alva.
Is Mr. Alva present?
Yes. Mr. Alva, can you enable your audio and video, please?
Hello? Hello?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Bueno, you hear me now?
Yes. Would you like an interpreter, sir?
Please.
Spanish interpreter?
Yes.
Hola, ¿qué tal, señor?
Can you please raise your right hand?
Señor, por favor, ¿puede levantar su mano derecha?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in each proceeding shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yeah.
Entonces, señor, usted jura decir la verdad y toda la verdad en el testimonio que usted estará presentando el día de hoy.
Sí.
Yes.
Vanessa Willis.
Sir, wait, let me just ask Mr. Alva. Mr. Alva, you're the owner of the property, correct?
Yes.
Señor Alva, usted es el dueño de la propiedad, ¿correcto?
Sí, correcto.
Do you understand the nature of the violations that the city is alleging you committed?
Entonces, señor, ¿usted entiende la violación que la ciudad está alegando, la violación que la ciudad está alegando que usted cometió?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. To put it in plain English, I've looked at the photographs, and the property looks like a garbage dump.
Entonces, mire, para ponerlo, pues en esta hora sí que español simple, el lugar parece un basurero.
Oh, no más. Ya lo limpié todo, ya boté todo.
I think everybody's going to understand no más.
Yeah, is that not anymore? I already planned it out.
All right, let me hear from the code officer.
Vanessa Willis, City of North Miami Code Compliance Officer. This is a new case. Property was cited on June 29, 2021 to clean the entire property, remove all buckets, windows, tires, etc. that were all around the property. Violation was sent, certified mail to the property owner, posted the notice to appear at the property as well as sent certified mail. And as of September 8th, the property still looked the same. Items were stored under the carport and in the yard on the west gate, and they were not in compliance.
All right, I think that you heard the property owner say that no más. Have you had a chance to go back and take a look?
No, we're only permitted to do the reinspection on the reinspection date, which would have been September 8th, in order to continue to have it on the docket. So they were not in compliance on that date, and I have not been back since.
Okay, so what do you recommend? You want to go back at some point and?
Oh, Special Magistrate, our final recheck date after, obviously having, cited the case dating back to June, the property owner would have the burden of proof at this point. He's here today. He can show what he's done. But, the city doesn't make routine visits back and forth, especially right before a hearing.
Yeah, no, I understand. I was just wondering if Ms. Willis.
I mean, the property owner, does he have photos of the property that he?
Yeah, I'm gonna ask him. I was just wondering if by chance, Ms. Willis had an opportunity to drive by and see it. I know she doesn't have to, but I was wondering if she had confirmed with the property owner whether the property was cleaned up.
I have not had an opportunity to speak with Mr. Alva since the onset of the issuing of the violation. I have made contact with his daughter on previous occasions. However, I've never spoken with him, and I have not been back to the property since the 8th. So I'm unaware of any compliance.
Okay, Mr. Alvarez, Mr. Alva, do you have any evidence that the property has been cleaned up?
Señor Alba, ¿usted tiene con usted alguna evidencia que muestre que su propiedad ya está limpia?
Bueno, puedo tomarle las fotos del video. Yo pensé que ese era el video que íbamos a hacer, pero no tengo, o sea, puedo tomar las fotos ahora y llevarlas ahora, no hay problema. Lo que tengo sí es una pregunta. Yo tengo una camioneta que tengo ahí al frente, que es de las fotos que te enseñan. Esa camioneta tengo que removerla porque es mía, lo que estoy, ya la arreglé y ahora tengo que poner la chapa y eso, ponerla a trabajar. Eso es lo único, todo lo demás yo lo he movido. Yo lo he removido, disculpa.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Interpreter.
So, I can go ahead and take the photo. I can go ahead and take the photos right now. Besides the photographs, I will also want to ask you something. The car that is there in the photograph that you show. That car is now being fixed. Is the one that I'll be using. So will that car need to be removed as well?
I think he means the pickup truck.
I noticed from the photo that the rear tire is deflated. So as long as the vehicle appears to be operable, he will not have a problem with a citation. As long as the vehicle appears to be operable and it's not parked on the front lawn, he'll be okay.
Bien, entonces, mientras su vehículo parezca que está en óptimas condiciones, que se puede utilizar, entonces está bien si lo puede dejar ahí, porque al parecer estaba una llanta ponchada, pero si el carro ya se ve, como le digo, en condiciones óptimas, entonces usted puede dejar el auto en la entrada.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, not having been shown photographs or videos of the condition of the property as of the current date, and because there may be a potential disagreement as to what constitutes compliance or not compliance, I'm going to find in favor of the city, having heard the testimony of the code compliance officer and the photographs, the evidence presented. I do find in favor of the city enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of 10 days. In the event of non-compliance, there will be a daily fine of $500 until the violation is abated.
Entonces, en el momento que el día de hoy nos han mostrado fotos o videos con respecto al cumplimiento de esto, voy a estar cayendo a favor de la ciudad, respetando sí el testimonio de la señorita Code. Entonces, con las fotografías que se presentaron, para lo que estaré diciendo que se tiene que estar en cumplimiento en los siguientes 10 días. En la situación en la que después de estos 10 días usted no está en cumplimiento, se estaría cobrando $500 diarios por cada día que no se esté en cumplimiento.
Una pregunta, para ver si te entendí bien. Tengo 10 días para lo que yo ya digo, que ya removí todo, pero para que ellos pasen en respección que todo esté bien.
All right, and just to see if I understand this. So you meant that I have 10 days to clean up everything, and for the city to check and review this the place again.
Yo ya lo limpié, pero van a rechequear, ¿no?
I already cleaned it up, but you'll be checking in and out, right?
Yes.
The answer to the question is that when the officer gets there to do a reinspection, the property has to be in compliance. How the property is in compliance, it has to be cleaned up in the discretion of the city.
Mire, la respuesta a esa pregunta es, cuando la oficial vaya para allá, el lugar tiene que estar en cumplimiento, o sea, que tiene que estar limpio, a discreción de la ciudad.
Okay, perfect.
All right, perfect.
Okay, next case.
The next case on the agenda is item number 2, All Nation Kids Incorporated, case number CEBPR 100038. Vanessa Willis is the officer. The property address is 4150 West Dixie Highway. This is a case.
Anyone on behalf of the property owner?
Yes, I have Isabel Perez. If you can enable your video and audio. Just need your audio, Ms. Perez.
You're muted. You gotta click, there you go.
Yeah.
Good morning and welcome.
Good morning.
All right, state your, you gotta be sworn, right?
Yes. Can you please raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank
you. Okay.
Can I have an Spanish one?
Okay, she needs an interpreter. Wait, let me ask Ms. Perez, state your full name and address and relationship to the property.
Entonces, señorita Pérez, ¿puede decir por favor su nombre completo?
Isabel Pérez. Isabel Tatiana Pérez.
¿Su dirección?
La dirección de la propiedad.
Sí, la dirección de la propiedad, por favor.
14150 West Dixie Highway.
And your home address?
¿La dirección donde usted vive?
6039 Collins Avenue, Miami, Florida 33140.
No, that's not Miami. That's
Miami Beach.
Miami Beach. Okay. All right.
Y la relación con la propiedad, perdón.
Yo soy la propietaria y corro un negocio ahí.
You run a daycare center?
Entonces tú se tiene una guardería, ¿no?
Okay. Do you understand the violations that you're being charged with?
¿Usted entiende las violaciones con las que se le está cargando?
Son unos bolas que yo reemplacé. No son esos, son los verdes.
Yeah, keep going. There's a green one shown on the side of it, on the side of the property. Ms. Code Officer, there you go.
Ajá. Yo tenía, ahí habían unos bowlers antes, pero eran muy finos, así mismo de esa misma altura, pero muy finos. Y esto es una calle que no es West Dixie Highway, es una calle pequeña, y yo pensé que era suficiente protección, pero el edificio de enfrente hubo un accidente, una señora se llevó toda la cerca, y la verdad que a mí me dio mucho miedo y puse unos bowlers más fuertes.
Okay, let's stop right there. Right, let the interpreter interpret. Don't give long speeches because then he can't interpret.
Right. So there were these green balls in the side of the property that they were being used by protection. So this one's is not at the side of the West Dixie Highway. Instead, they are on a little street. So I believe that it was enough protection. But what happened? But in the building in the front, they had an accident. They had an accident where a lady like destroyed the fence of that building. So I put up some poles that are stronger.
Yo tengo.
No, there's no question. No, wait. Do you understand that the city cited you with a violation because you did not get a permit for those pylons? You understand that?
Entonces, usted entiende que que la violación aquí es que por la violación por la que la ciudad le está pues, cargando es por los pilates, ¿no?
Sí, porque lo reemplacé sin permiso.
Yes,
Sí,
because
la
it replaces
inspectora-
without permission.
Ya.
Okay.
La inspectora, ella fue muy nice y me lo dijo. Y realmente no me pude ocupar de sacar los permisos porque tenía otro de que tuve que cerrar con el COVID porque mi mamá falleció y I'm sorry, con muchas cosas y solamente quiero saber cómo lo arreglo. Es todo.
So yes, I understand. And well, actually, the inspector was really nice. She told me about it. But honestly, I couldn't take care of this. There was a lot of things going on. It was like with the COVID. Actually, my mother passed away, and so well, right now I just want to know how to fix this.
All right. I appreciate your honesty, your candor, and I sympathize with your pain. I just have one more question, and then I'm going to turn it over to the city. The pylons that you replaced, you said were the green ones. Did you also replace the yellow ones, or those were there before?
No, esos estaban ahí antes. Yo cambié unos amarillos que había afuera por esos verdes.
So I changed the yellow one with the green ones.
What about the yellow one?
¿Y los amarillos?
Esos estaban antes. Esos estaban antes.
So those were before.
Okay, so now they're all green?
Ahora todos son verdes.
No, los amarillos están allí. Yo eso no les hice nada, sino que los que habían afuera en la calle, que eran amarillos, que eran tres pequeños, los quité y puse esos verdes.
Okay, so, all right, go ahead.
Okay, and so yeah, the yellow ones are still there. The only thing that has changed is that the yellow ones that were at the street, that there were 3 little ones, I replaced them with the green ones.
Okay, and the ones that are still there that are yellow were not replaced. They were pre-existing.
Entonces los que todavía siguen ahí, los amarillos, estos ya preexistían, ya existían antes.
Yeah, I want to hear now from the city, and I'm interested in whether or not the yellow ones were permitted. And as the property owner explains, that she would like to know how to resolve.
Special Magistrate Vanessa Willis, City of North Miami Code Compliance Officer. She was cited on June 11th. I'll get to your question as well. At the time of the inspection, there was a gentleman, that is a alley where you see the green pylons. There's an alley there. And so there was a guy digging holes and installing those green pylons in the rear of the property. As she stated, the yellow ones that you saw on the property were already there. So I wasn't checking for a permit for things that were already there. However, there are no permits in the system. I did check since you mentioned that, and there are no permits for the pylons anywhere on the property. I'm not sure what the previous owner may have done. There was an owner before her. Let me let the translator go ahead because I have more, but go ahead.
All right, ma'am, I will need for you to repeat it again, please.
Sure. She was cited on June 11, 2021. At the time of the inspection, there was a gentleman in the alley. That is where the green pylons are installed or were being installed. So he was there with no permit installing the green pylon.
¿Me puede decir qué dice?
Entonces, sí, lo que voy a comenzar a hacer. Entonces, El día junio 11 de 2021, el tiempo en que se hizo la inspección, estaba un caballero en la calle, que es caballero, estaba instalando los postes verdes. Esos los está instalando con ningún permiso.
The yellow pylons that are on the property appear to have been there since the beginning. Like whenever the other owner of the daycare was there, those were there. They were not being installed at the time of my inspection. However, there are no permits on file for any of the pylons on the property.
Entonces, los postes amarillos, esos parecieran ser que estaban desde el principio, desde que estaba con el otro dueño de la guardería. Esos no estaban siendo instalados, pero no hay, en archivo no hay ningún permiso para ninguno de ellos.
So at this point, you would need to go to the building department, submit all of the required paperwork in order to secure a permit for the pylons that were installed on the property.
Entonces, a este punto lo que se tiene que ir es ir al departamento de construcción y solicitar el papeleo correspondiente para obtener los permisos para los postes.
Once you go to the building department and you express to them what you're needing, take the photo, they'll tell you exactly what you need to do. You're going to more than likely need a general contractor. You will need a general contractor in order to secure the permit for you on your behalf.
Entonces, una vez que usted les exprese a ellos lo que usted pues quiere hacer, entonces muy probablemente le van a estar diciendo que usted obtenga a un contratista general, para que de esta manera se asegure el permiso. That's right.
Let me see if I can make it even simpler than that.
Voy a ver si lo puedo hacer aún más simple que eso.
There's a building code that is there for your protection and the protection of your kids and your staff. Go ahead.
Entonces, en el código de construcción hay una protección que es tanto para usted, para los niños y para los miembros de su equipo.
Second, the building code requires that this type of work be done by a licensed contractor.
Entonces, segundo, en lo que es el código de construcción, se requiere para este tipo de trabajo a un contratista con licencia.
Because the gentleman who was there helping you put up these posts may not be qualified to install the pylons in accordance with the code.
Luego, porque el caballero que estaba instalando los pilares, los postes, puede no estar calificado para instalarlos tal y como se le requiere.
And the city wants to be sure that when the contractor installs the pilings, that the construction is done safely and in accordance with the code.
Y la ciudad tiene que asegurarse que el contratista esté instalando esos pilares de manera segura y como es el código.
Because it's not going to help you or the kids that you look after to have a car lose control and go through those poles if they were not installed correctly.
Porque no le ayudará ni a usted ni a los niños que cuida el hecho de que un auto pierda el control y se estrelle con esos pilares que no están bien instalados.
So what I'm going to do is I am going to give you 30 days to hire a general contractor to start the process of getting a permit, an after the fact permit, so that your pylons are legal.
Entonces, lo que estará haciendo es que le estaré dando 30 días para que usted pueda contratar a un contratista para que ya comience con el proceso para obtener un permiso y que ya tenga sus pilares de manera legal.
If you do not comply with my ruling, you will be subject to a fine.
Si usted no cumple con lo que fue mi decidir, entonces ya la consecuencia sería una multa.
Okay, so based on the testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the photographs, the testimony of the property owner, and the evidence presented depicting that the cited violation still exists, proper notice has been given, due process has been given. I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of 30 days. In the event of non-compliance, there shall be a daily fine of $500 until the violation is abated.
Bien, ahora, tomando en cuenta el testimonio y lo que es el código de cumplimiento, así como el testimonio del oficial y la evidencia presentada, encontramos que la violación aún persiste, que se le ha dado propia notificación y me encuentro a favor de la ciudad para esta adjudicación, donde usted se le estará dando 30 días para poder estar en cumplimiento y en la eventualidad que usted no cumpla después de los 30 días acordados, se estaría cobrando $500 el día de multa.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it. Good luck.
Muchas gracias.
Keep the children safe.
Y sigan teniendo a los niños seguros.
The next two items on the agenda is for Mid-Bay Miami LLC, item 3536, case number CESDA 821-00010, which is a new case. Case CESDR 100005, which is a case. Officer Jose Perez for the property of 11950 North Bayshore Drive.
All right, who's here on behalf of the property owner?
I have Mr. Previtel, if you would enable your audio and video, sir. Mr. Previtel, are you there? Mr. Previtel, he accepted the invitation. We need video and audio. Magistrate, I'm not sure. He was messaging us, and if they do not see or hear me, please make note I am here and are to present at this hearing. I'm not sure why I don't know if he's having trouble with audio and video.
Well,
he kept asking about whether we could see or hear him, but obviously at that time his case hadn't been called yet, so we wouldn't have had a way to confirm that.
Well, I'm inclined to go forward. If he has a problem hearing or seeing us, maybe he can phone in or contact us.
I have a Robert Bull that's raising his hand. Sir, are you here on behalf of this case?
I'm sorry, I was in the bathroom and Perez was on my case. I wanted to make sure you didn't call me. I apologize.
I think that's a different case.
Okay, thank you. Wanted to make sure. Okay, Magistrate.
All right, we're ready to proceed. Let's move on. This is cases. Are we going to hear 35 and 36 together or separate?
I would say together. Oh, they're here. I would say together.
Together?
Okay, they're companion cases.
Okay, so let's hear. First of all, let me have the witness sworn in, and we'll take it from there.
Mr. Prevotel, can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear from the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
I do. Sir, your full name, address, and relationship to the property, please.
I am William Prevotel. I'm the managing partner for Mid-Bay Miami LLC, which operates Mid-Bay Club Apartments, which operates the Mid-Bay Club Apartments in North Miami on North Bayshore Drive.
Operates or owns it? Which is it?
The LLC owns it.
Okay. The LLC owns it, and you're with the LLC?
Yes.
And you're a manager?
Yes.
Okay. And is Patricia a manager too?
She is. She's one of the partners.
Okay. What is her last name?
Wood. W-O-O-D.
All right. Let me hear from the city.
I need one in.
Can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, whole truth, but the truth, so help you God? Say
I do.
Thank you.
Officer Perez with the City of North Miami. They were hearing the case in regards to the property located at 11950 North. These companion cases were open. My proactive research on Airbnb. I was able to locate the listings, and I was able to confirm the listings with property. What we have at hand here is violation of our ordinance regarding short rentals. Units were rented for less than 91 days at a time, and there's over 108 confirmed reviews as of inspection on July 2nd, 2021. So as you can see, there's quite a handful of rentals that were something that was being profited from at a large scale.
Is it a single-family home or condos?
It is an apartment complex. So one owner for the whole unit, or the whole building rather, and they were renting several units out of the whole apartment complex.
Okay. So the code doesn't distinguish between single-family residential neighborhoods and multifamily in terms of the short-term rental prohibition?
I do not believe so. Maybe city attorney can elaborate on that possibly.
Yeah. Can I hear from the city attorney?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm reading the code to be able to elaborate on it.
All right, my specific question is, does the short-term rental prohibition apply equally to multifamily neighborhood, an apartment complex?
Magistrate, I don't believe it does. I believe it's specific single-family home in terms of the activity itself. However, in terms of the advertising, I don't believe that the code specifies or makes any specifications. It just prohibits advertising for short-term rental.
Okay. Let me understand your code. If you own a multifamily residential building, which is not in a single-family residential neighborhood. Are you able to do short-term rental?
So the land development regulations, I do believe, specifies and regulates only short-term rentals in single-family homes. But because there's two cases here, we're dealing with an ad and a rental and the activity. I don't believe the ad is a separate provision of the code.
I know that. So is this property subject to the short-term rental prohibition, whether it's advertising or the actual rental?
So I would say that the case referenced the ad. I would definitely defer to the attorney because I don't believe that there's anything allowing advertisements, period. But in terms of the companion case, I don't believe that we would have jurisdiction.
So, in reference to short-term rental, Ms. Patterson is correct. It does, the section does specify that it's unlawful to do so for single-family dwelling. However, for the advertisement, it does indicate that such advertisement would be in violation of our code. And
it doesn't matter where your property is located?
That's my understanding of it.
Wait, let me understand, because I've got the code in front of me right now. Let me just read it a second. I'm looking at 5-30, occupancy standards, prohibited advertisement. Any advertisement that promotes the occupancy or use of the residential property for the purpose of holding commercial parties, events, assemblies, gatherings, or the rental of single-family residential property for a period of less than 3 months is prohibited. So it says rental of single-family residential property.
Yeah, I see that, but when I'm reading it, I'm seeing that it's saying that any advertisements that is in a residential property for the purpose of party and event, etc. Like, it depends on how you read the code. This is how I read it. It could be like the situation that we have to take could fall under event or any other word that's being used in the code, but it's in your discretion, Your Honor, to decide how you want to.
Yeah, I understand. This is the first time that you all bring me a case involving an apartment building. So this hasn't come up before, so I want to make sure I get it right. If you own an apartment building and you decide that you want to rent it to someone for a week without advertising, somebody just walks in and says, I want that apartment for this weekend. Is that permitted?
I would say it is, only because under section 516.10 short-term rental, it's not a single family dwelling and they're not advertising it.
Yeah, but if it's legal to engage in a short-term rental in a multifamily property, if it's legal to do it, then how can it be illegal to advertise?
And reading the code, and reading the two codes, like when I put them together, that's how I am interpreting the language of it.
Let me look at section 5-1610. It shall be unlawful for the owner of single-family dwelling units, including townhouses, located in a residential zoning district to rent or lease, blah, 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 3 months or less, or more than 4 times a year. So again, it talks about single-family dwelling units, including townhouses. So I don't know this building, but is this building, how many units does it have?
May I answer?
Yeah, if you know, yes.
Yeah, if I may answer, it's a 27 unit building, 27 unit. It is, I just, if I may clarify.
No, I just want you to answer that question. How many units?
27 in total. And everything is unlisted at this time.
What is the zoning? What is the zoning applicable to your property?
It is a multifamily. It's the Bay Shore zone, the BZ zone, which is multifamily.
Magistrate, the city would move to dismiss both.
And if I may say, both the condominium to the north, the condominium to the south, the rental building 2 properties south, all of them have short-term people in them and have had them for many years.
Magistrate, the city would move to dismiss
years
both
ago.
cases.
Okay. Quit while you're ahead, Mr. Prevotel. Okay? Quit while you're ahead. Now, I do tend to, just for future reference, I do tend to agree with the city attorney on one aspect of this whole discussion. And that is that if this particular property is being used for the purpose of holding commercial parties, events, assemblies, business activity, those activities would appear to me to be in violation of the occupancy standard, because those activities are not residential in nature. They're more business related. So if you bring me a case, if the people that Mr. Prevotel is renting to are conducting business activities, let's say hypothetically, they're selling tickets to hold parties there, that would be a violation of that section. But just renting it for residential purposes, in the way I view the code, is not a violation. So the city has decided to dismiss the violations, and I think that the city staff needs to have a better understanding of what is and what is permitted in what districts. Perhaps the commission may want to entertain a refinement or a tweak on what is and what is not acceptable. Certainly, commercial activities in a multifamily neighborhood is not something that the code would come. You're not zoned to do business at this particular address. So having said all of those things, the case is dismissed. Mr. Prevotel, thank you for bringing this to my attention. And whatever is going on there, please make sure that the noise ordinance is complied with, that people are behaving, that there are no illicit, illegal activities there, that people are not rowdy, having parties till 3 in the morning, because that could also be a violation of other ordinances. Okay, I'm going to give you one last opportunity to speak since you're raising your hand.
Really very much appreciate your consideration and your understanding. And please note that we've never had a call in for a noise violation or a big party. We've never had that, never had a problem with that, with the number of people that we've had here. We've needed to do this, particularly at this time, because many of the residents right now, for COVID and other reasons, are not paying. They're tens of thousands of dollars behind, and I don't want to even evict them. Well, we're going to have like an empty apartment. Tens of thousands of behind. If we didn't have some short-term rentals, that has just helped us to get by. In addition to that, it's already on record. When there are problems here in the city or elsewhere, such as what happened in Haiti, when we have some furnished apartments available, they are available to the city. We had people that were flooded out with raw sewage in their apartments here in North Miami, in their homes, and they came to us. We do not charge for that. If anybody is in need of something, an emergency, we are graced to be here in North Miami. We're graced to have this location. Unfortunately for us, we have multiple apartments that are vacant and furnished And if there are people that need it coming from wherever, North Miami, Haiti, anywhere, Afghanistan, we would be glad to take them on, and we would not be charging those people, provided we could just at least cover our own costs. So again, thank you very much for your consideration, your decision, and we're so thankful to be here in North Miami and the opportunities we've had. Thank you all for your time and consideration.
Thank you. All right, next case.
Next item on the agenda is item 3 and 4 for Ann Pedrosa. She is here presently in our department. Case number CESDA 2021-00013 and case number CESDR 2021-00007. Jose Perez is the officer and the property address is 12735 Ignora Road. These are both new cases.
Property owner present?
Yes. Sí.
Can you please raise your right hand so that I can swear you in? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give in each proceeding shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Ma'am, please state your name, your address, and how you are related to the property in question.
Mi nombre es Annie Pedrosa. Yo resido desde
Now,
2004.
just a moment, one moment. Spanish interpreter, please.
Yes, I'm here. Okay. Ok, entonces señorita Pedrosa ya puede continuar. Dice que su nombre es Annie Pedrosa, puede decir su puede decir la dirección y su relación con la propiedad.
Ok. Mi nombre es Annie Pedrosa. Mi dirección es 12735 Isora Road, North Miami, Florida, en Keystone Point. Yo vivo ahí desde 2004 y soy la propietaria de la propiedad. Vivo ahí desde 2004.
Right. ¿Me pudiera decir nuevamente el nombre de la calle?
Sí, señor. Es 12735 Isora Road, North Miami.
That's, all right. So we have we have Annie Pedrosa, 12735 Isora Road, North Miami, Florida. I'm the owner and I have lived in the property since 2004.
Do you live there full time?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Do you understand the nature of the violations that the city is charging you with?
¿Entiende la naturaleza de la violación que la ciudad está cargando en este momento?
Por eso estoy acá. No, por eso estoy acá. Recibí una carta del inspector de un anuncio que fue hecho y estoy aquí para saber el motivo.
So no, actually I don't. I received some letter from the inspector about some advertisement, but in fact that's the reason that I'm here. I do not know what is this for.
Creo que por una violación de Airbnb, algo que una amistad me ayudó a hacerlo en un momento difícil de la pandemia. Y de veras, yo no fue a un desconocimiento de mi parte. Y el inspector me avisó sobre eso. Yo saqué todos los anuncios. Fue un momento muy difícil que amistades me ayudaron. Que yo no sabía que, no sé, fui mal asesorada en una decisión. Y por eso estoy acá para saber lo que se puede pasar. Que no fui hecha por la mano.
Okay, so I believe that this is something related with Airbnb. Thing is that I have been in difficulties. It has been difficult time for me in the pandemic, and while the inspector told me about it, I took off all the advertisements regarding this. But I had done like bad decisions due to the reason that I have bad guidance, and so I'm here to check on them to fix it.
Okay, so let's hear from Mr. Perez.
Bien, estamos escuchando al señor Pérez.
City of North Miami, Alpha Perez. They were hearing the case in regards to the property at 175 Zora Road. This listing I actually found on a proactive search. I found it and dated roughly May 2017 as well from listing itself. Essentially, there has been 9 reviews as of my initial inspection, which was on July 6th, 2021. So essentially, since the creation of the listing to that point in time, there was 9 confirmed reviews. Essentially, I was able to confirm the property with the help of Green Patrol. We localized the property and confirmed it, and that's why the violation was opened. Prior conversations were had with Ana Pedrosa, and she was educated on the matter. However, at this point in time, the city is just seeking an education when it comes to the short-term advertising case.
Okay. What date did you say that the Airbnb advertisement was placed?
So based off the listing itself, it says they joined May of 2017.
May of 17.
Correct.
And by having 9 reviews, does that indicate to you that at least 9 people have rented the property on a short-term rental basis?
That is correct. At least 9 general consumers have stayed at the property and left the review. There may have been more that have not left.
Okay. And this property is in Keystone Point?
That is correct. It is a single-family home in the Keystone Point.
Okay. So let me have the translator translate what just happened.
Bien, entonces, bueno, lo que se está discutiendo es con respecto a la creación de la cuenta del sitio que se creó en mayo de 2017. Desde ahí hasta julio 6 de 2021, que fue cuando se hizo la revisión, había por lo menos 9 comentarios con respecto a personas que se ven quedado en la propiedad. Entonces, es lo que están discutiendo, que por lo menos 9 personas ya se han quedado ahí. Ahora lo que okay, so what was it about the adjudication short-term advertisement case? Sorry, that's just the last thing I missed. That.
Okay, basically the code officer explained that we are currently dealing only with the issue of the rental, the issue of the advertising, not the rental.
Entonces, básicamente, ahorita lo único con lo que quiso decir el oficial es que el único problema que hay actualmente es el único problema de los anuncios, no la renta per se.
Yo los saqué todos los anuncios. ¿Puedo explicar?
No, not now.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay. I think, Mr. Interpreter, I know we're dealing with legal technical matters, but what I meant to say was that there are 2 cases. We're dealing at this point with the advertisement issue. We're not yet at the rental case, which is a separate case altogether. Okay, so we'll deal with that separate.
Entonces, mire, ahorita primeramente estamos con lo que respecta a lo que es los anuncios. Es un caso separado lo que es lo de la renta. Entonces ahorita primeramente se está tocando el tema de los anuncios, después se estará hablando con respecto a la renta.
Okay.
Okay, so Officer Perez, what is your recommendation as far as the appropriate fine for the rental?
So for the rental itself, essentially, we're just asking for an education because the advertisement has been removed, where we're trying to prevent future advertisements coming up as a means of going after the property owner in the future if it does go up as a repeat offender, now that they have been educated. In regards to the fine itself, I would leave that up to the magistrate.
Okay, you always put me on the spot. I'm looking.
Well, Magistrate, we would just, we wouldn't ask for a fine today. We would just ask that you would enter an adjudication in the event, any future ads are posted, the city would be able to move on a repeat offense violation in nature.
Well, I understand and I appreciate your courtesy. However, if I'm going to adjudicate the property owner guilty of the advertisement, I will impose a nominal fine with the understanding that the next time it'll be a repeat violation and the fine will be much greater. So my ruling is that yes, the property owner has violated the short-term rental advertising ordinance. I find that property owner is guilty, and I assess a fine of $100 for that violation.
Your Honor, I'm sorry to interrupt. I was just looking at the code and it says for the failure to comply with occupancy standards by our city code, the fine is $500. Just
say that again.
Per the code, the fine should be a minimum of $500.
That's for the rental. That's for the rental. That's 29-5-1610. The rental is $500.
But I would also add, Magistrate, that I believe, Madam City Attorney, I believe also that schedule of fines is specific citation. I believe in these proceedings, the magistrate is able to rule up to, is able to rule within discretion up to $1,000 on a first-time fine.
Yeah, that's under Florida statutes. But I'm curious. The code section that talks about advertising.
It's under 5-30.
Yeah, it doesn't say what the fine is.
So in the table?
Yeah, it doesn't have a table. It's 5-30D.
Right, she's referring to the table under Article 3 of Chapter 21.
And what section? What section is that?
So it's 21 70-76 is the schedule of fines table that we've identified specific code sections with fine amounts.
It's Division 4, but you're right. It the 530 it only said the 530A only says failure to comply with occupancy standards by the city code. It doesn't specify that it's 530D.
All right. Nonetheless, whatever it is, it's within my discretion to impose a fine or not impose a fine with respect to the advertisement, and I. Consistent with what Ms. Patterson stated, and based on what I've heard, and it seems like the property owner now understands that she cannot do it, and she has in fact taken it down according to the code officer. My fine on that violation is $100.
Sí. Ahora, entonces en cuanto con respecto a lo que ya dijo la señorita Patterson, y ahora con el entendimiento de que también usted ya sabe que eso no se tenía que haber hecho y que ya lo ha quitado, entonces y también con lo que Oficial Pérez ya comentó que sí se quitó, entonces la multa que se estaría dando sería de $100.
Ok. Muchísimas gracias. Eso no va a volver. Yo fui
Yeah,
mal
but
asesorada.
don't leave yet.
Todavía no se vaya.
Ok, no me voy.
Okay, Officer Perez, let's do the next case.
In regards to the next case, essentially, we're also seeking an adjudication for the actual rental itself, as confirmed by the 9 reviews. As evident by the listing itself, the renters were charged $636 a night. And based off the reviews in 2021, from April to June alone, there were 6 rentals that time. So these are things that should be considered when coming with the adjudication, essentially, that out of the 9 reviews, 6 were within that 2 to 3 month time frame, and that was within this year alone, and at a rate of $36.
Entonces, ahora con lo que sí, con lo que respecta al siguiente, con lo que respecta al siguiente caso, acerca de cómo se estará juzgando lo de la renta, yo lo que estaría solicitando es que el juez emitiera un juicio, tomando en cuenta que de las 9 revisiones o comentarios que hicieron, es evidente que esas 9 personas se alojaron ahí, donde se les estaba cobrando $630 por noche. Dentro del lapso de abril a junio, por lo menos subieron 6 rentas en este tiempo. Entonces, es importante considerar que al momento de juzgar acerca de estas 9 comentarios, donde esas personas estuvieron en este año en un promedio en un tiempo estimado de 2 o 3 meses, que estas personas se quedaron ahí a un precio de $630 por noche.
No, ese no fue lo precio. Ese anuncio no fui yo que hice, fue una amiga mía que hizo para mí. Para mí ayudarnos, por medio de pandemia, todo el mundo juntos. Este valor no es el valor que ella anunció. Yo tenía que buscar el valor. Yo no era ese valor, nunca recibí $600 por un valor. Sí, se hizo el anuncio todo, ella hizo, me ayudó en la pandemia, fue un momento muy difícil. Y ella hizo las rentas y yo nunca hice ningún anuncio, pero yo no, ese valor de 600 de pico, no fue ese valor. Yo no estoy equivocada, fue 300 de algo así, ella puso para mí ayudar con Airbnb. No sé los valores, pero puedo intentar buscarlo con ella. Ese era el valor del anuncio.
That's it. Okay, Mr. Interpreter, please stop her and tell us what she said.
So it is not that is not the pricing. The pricing is incorrect. Actually, my friend was the one who did the advertisement. Because she was helping me out with all of these people. We were helping each other during these difficult times of pandemia, and so. But the amount it was not 600, it's 600 and something. It was actually about 300 and something. I'm not that sure of how much it was, but I can go ahead and look for it.
No, the amount doesn't matter. It could be $1. The question is, and I think she answered it already, is was the house rented to short-term renters for any amount?
Yo no sabía que no se podía, porque en Noche Miami, mi amiga, fui...
Let's the interpreter.
Entonces el monto no importa si pudiese, sí, pues no.
Lo que quería explicar, tengo este intérprete, es que eso fue un momento muy difícil. Yo no estaba consciente y fui mal asesorada, que no se podía, 3 meses menos, son 3 meses más, cuando yo pude saber con el señor Pérez, que me educó, que en la área de North Miami es más de 3 meses, no menos de 3 meses, para hacer algo con la casa en relación a cualquier cosa de renta. Yo de verdad fui mal asesorada y yo no sabía que se podía, porque Norte Miami por sí se puede, pero você não pode que Stone Point, aonde eu vivo. Eu vi muitos anúncios de Airbnb em outra área. Fui mal assessorada por minha amiga. Eu não uso de má fé, nunca usei de má fé a minha propriedade. E eu respeito muito. Norte Miami sempre respeitei. E eu não tenho essa casa de hoje, tenho de muitos anos. Foi um momento difícil, uma decisão que fui mal assessorada e eu não sabia. Eu sou uma mulher trabalhadora.
La voy a parar ahí.
Sabía
All right.
que eu não usei de má fé em nenhum momento.
So this was a difficult time, just to clarify again that this was a difficult time for ourselves due to all what was going on with the pandemic. But I had a bad guidance. I wasn't aware about the rental should be more than 3 months. I didn't know that in Miami it wasn't allowed for it to be less than 3 months. But now that Mr. Perez has already educated me, I know how those did work now. But it's just that I had a bad guidance in this, and I made like an incorrect decision. And so the thing is that I also saw that in Kingston and in another area there were like deserving this, and so I just made a bad decision due to bad guidance. This house is nothing that I just like. It's not a house from yesterday. I have been years with that.
Okay, let me ask you this question. When the renters were coming in and staying at your house, were you present?
Entonces, cuando los que rentaban iban a la cuando los que rentaban en la casa, usted también vivía ahí mientras ellos estaban rentando.
Sí, yo tengo un cuartico do lado de la garaje.
Yes, I do have a room aside from the garage.
Is that where you stay?
Ahí es donde te quedas.
Sí, yo me quedo ahí, que me quedaba, ¿no? Ahí. O entonces iba para casa de una amiga, pero siempre estaba ahí controlando todo de mí. Yo no dejaba.
What's your friend's name? The one that was giving you bad advice.
¿Cómo?
¿Cuál es el nombre de la amiga que te está dando estos consejos?
Que me ayudó, es Mary.
Mary.
Yeah, ella me hizo, ella tenía un Insta y me ayudó, ella tenía un Airbnb y me ayudó, pero ella tampoco sabía.
So,
did she share the revenues with you?
¿Ella compartió las ganancias contigo?
Ella me ayudaba, sí.
Okay.
Yeah,
all right, Madam City Attorney.
Pero ella.
I don't want to hear anymore. That's okay. It. I'm ready to rule. What are my options? Same as with the previous case?
Yes, Your Honor.
At one time, obviously, she's not doing it anymore. She took down the site. Ma'am, you understand that now that where you live on Keystone Point, short-term rentals are not permitted. It's for your own benefit. You don't want to live in a neighborhood that looks like South Beach, okay?
Muy bien, entonces usted tiene que entender que pues en el lugar donde vive, en Kingston Point, no se permiten las rentas de periodo corto. Entonces, que igual de esto es para su propio beneficio, no quisiera que es donde vive se viera igual que South Beach.
Señor, fue un error, yo no sabía, señor.
All right. As to the rental, the short-term rental, the second case, I am going to assess a fine of $500.
Okay. Ahora, con lo que respecta a lo de la renta, lo de la renta de tiempo corto, en lo que es el segundo caso, estaré asignando $500 de multa.
Sí, señor. Y créame que eso no va a pasar más.
Yes,
Y
that is what
perdonen.
will be happen again. I'm sorry.
And if it does happen, the fine will be much more than 500.
Y si vuelve a pasar, sería mucho más de 500.
No, eso no me va a volver a pasar.
Okay, thank
Muchísimas
you.
gracias.
Next case.
The next item on the agenda is item 47 for Tim Brown and wife Virginia, case number CEDIC 2021-00001. The property address is 13190 R Creek Terrace. The officer is Jose Perez, and this is a new case.
What's the number again?
47.
Okay. Got it.
Mr.
All
Brown,
right.
if you can enable your, okay, great.
Mr. Brown, have you been sworn?
I have not.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony about to give in each proceeding shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
You're the owner of the property?
I am.
You understand the charges that the city has filed against you?
Yes, I do.
Okay, are you contesting those charges?
Am I contesting the charges? I'm contesting the charges only to the point that I directly did not have knowledge of what the company that I hired was doing. I wasn't here, I was out of town, but I do accept responsibility as the homeowner.
Well, that's good to hear. Let me hear from the city, please.
Officer Perez, North Miami, said in the case regards 13190 Arch Terrace. Cases in regard to dumping of plaster into the canal was there is a complaint that was confirmed on 8/7/2021, and the city is case as an irreparable / reversible case due to the considerate damage that was done to the ecosystem. At this point in time, plaster and for the material that was dumped has been dissipated into the water, and there's no way to rectify that. I did make some conversation with Tim Brown, reached out to me, and he said he would dive in and try to remove whatever he could, and he did make that communication with me. I'm not entirely sure whether or not he did. However, at my point of inspection, it was very evident that there was a lot of plaster now, and I only went out one day after, and it was already faded barely, as you can see by the original pictures from the original complaint. It was pretty bad.
Can you show me the pictures behind the dock again? And point out that's what I'm looking for. Where's you see the plaster there?
Yes. So the plaster is actually in the reef in the bottom, the keystone, and that was one day after I actually went out to the property. Essentially on the first day, it must have been much worse. At that point, it had been dissolved by the water.
Were you able to determine whether there's any coral there?
I did not dive in, and we don't have a dive team today, so we're not.
Okay. What was the plaster being used for?
If not mistaken, from my conversation with Mr. Tim Brown, they were repairing something cool.
Okay. What can I say? With all of the publicity in the media, with all of the damage that is being done to the bay, and I happen to live on the bay, this is intolerable. And I know, Mr. Brown, I do know, and I recognize that sometimes contractors could care less. And what I would recommend is a referral to either the regulatory authorities like DERM, Marine Patrol, or even the state attorney's office, and certainly the licensing authorities, if this is a licensed contractor that is doing this to Biscayne Bay, he has no business being a contractor. So with those thoughts in mind, Mr. Brown, and I, as I started looking at this, this is about as bad as it gets. And how could this have happened? Tell me your side of the story.
So I first met with the pool company, Pool Tech of Miami, back in March. My pool needed to be resurfaced. It had not been resurfaced for many, many years. There were tiles that needed to be repaired. When I met with them, they told me it would be a few months until they were able to start the work. A few months became several months, and I won't go into all the discussions between the original conversation, but they started work on July 6th. At the time they started work, I told them that I was going to be leaving town on July 28th and that I wanted the work completed before I left town. They assured me that they would be able to complete the work no longer than 3 weeks. They started the work. I'm a homeowner. I'm retired now, so I am in my home a lot. And whenever there is a worker in my house, I am always overseeing them, making sure they're being safe, making sure they have licenses, making sure they have insurance. And I did not want them in my house while I was gone. So long story short, they emptied the pool while I was home of all the water. They disposed of it properly. It did not go in the canal. As a matter of fact, the supervisor of the job told me that they try and follow protocols correctly. They had the hose where the water was being expelled in my yard, in my side yard. It did not go into the canal. They were clean, they were organized. They really seemed like they knew what they were doing. They got all the work done with the exception of the final, they did all the prep work. And the only thing left that they needed to do was the actual diamond bright or aggregate. I'm not sure what the proper term is for the resurfacing. So I left. I told them, to go ahead and do it while I was gone because I felt comfortable based on what I had seen, all the prep work prior to me leaving, that they could go ahead and resurface the pool. I went away, I got back, I got the notice of violation. I immediately called Officer Perez. I spoke to him about it. He did state that if I wanted to get some of the debris out of the canal, I could, which I did. I have some there are pieces of the actual aggregate, small rock, or maybe 5 or 6 of them. I asked Officer Perez if he could give me the contact information for the person that notified the violation. He did give it to me. I called her. Officer Perez had told me not only did she observe what they were doing to the environment, but also apparently they used some explicit language and some body gestures that were just unacceptable. So I called her because first thing I wanted to do was apologize to her for what they said and what they did, and secondly, of course, to let her know that I don't advocate this type of behavior. I'm an avid fisherman, have been an avid fisherman. I grew up in Miami. I've been a resident of North Miami for 30 years. I understand what perils Biscayne Bay is going through. I have volunteered over the years to help clean up Biscayne Bay when they have the Clean the Island project. I use Marine Safe soap on my boat when I clean my boat, and this is just unacceptable. I don't know what else to say other than I feel like the workers took advantage of me not being here, number one. And number two, I did call the pool company, obviously, after I got the violation. And I said to them, how could this happen? I was here, I saw how your crew worked. And, this wasn't who who was here, while I was here, unless you were just behaving yourself, because I was the homeowner and I was overseeing the project. And he admitted to me that the crew that did the resurfacing was a subcontractor that he had to use because they had a COVID outbreak with the crew that does the resurfacing, and this was a subcontractor. And of course, he apologized to me, obviously has left me in a situation that, I'm just not very happy about. Not only am I not happy about the fact that I feel like they took advantage of the situation while I wasn't here, but also that they dumped what they said was rainwater from the bottom of my pool into the canal. And I think, and not being here, but I think what happened was they resurfaced the pool, and when they got to the lowest point in the pool where water had puddled from rain, they just pumped out what was ever there. And I'm sure it was, the liquid was probably rainwater, but there was also obviously materials that they used to resurface the pool.
The work was done with a building permit, correct?
Yes, I submitted a building permit to them back in probably March or April.
And the name of the general contractor was on there?
Yes, Pool Town of Miami, but I'd like to just point out, I said to them when they started the work, you have the building permit done, right? And the gentleman said, no, for resurfacing the pool, you don't need a building.
So there was no building permit?
No, I submitted one, but apparently it was never submitted to the city.
Okay. Have you made efforts to have the pool company pay for any potential fines or exposure that you might have?
I've not done anything yet because I wanted to go through this hearing. I'm not a person who sues people by nature, I guess, for lack of a better word, or whether frivolous or non-frivolous. And I did not threaten them. I did not tell them that if there is a fine, I'm going to, come back to them. I just wanted to see what was going to happen today before I do whatever I need to do.
Well, they're lucky that nobody has referred this to the criminal authorities, because I think that Kathy Fernandez Rundle would love to make a point that we do not treat the Bay this way. Certainly Durham would not be happy, and the licensing people either in the county or in Tallahassee would not be happy with a contractor that does this kind of work. I appreciate you being remorseful, and I appreciate your apologies. But unfortunately, as the owner of the property, you're on the hook for any damage caused by your agents and your contractor in particular. The city is asking that this be considered irreparable and irreversible, and I agree that it is. Had there been an opportunity to dive into the Bay and retrieve a lot of this plaster material and remediate it, maybe I would be a little bit more lenient, but the statute gives me the authority to fine you up to $15,000 for this violation based on your presentation and the fact that you are sensitive to what happened, and frankly you feel like your contractor stabbed you in the back. I'm going to be a little bit more lenient than I was going to be at first before I heard from you. So rather than giving you the maximum fine of $15,000, I'm going to assess the fine at $12,000 And gosh, I wish you could collect that from the contractor's surety company or the insurance company or in some other way. You should not have to bear this alone or in any way. I would encourage you to seek compensation from either the pool company or their insurance carriers, and do whatever you need to do to make sure that these people don't get away with it. That's my ruling. So, you know, 12,000 I think would be in keeping with the nature of the violation here. I wish I could be more lenient, but I can't. Okay. So anyway, that's my ruling, and I appreciate everybody's help in get. This is a tough case. This is a very tough case for me, but to me, the Bay is, you know, is special, and I'm sure it is to you as well. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
So if I could just ask a question, next step, I mean, how do I, as far as the city is concerned, how do I pay this fine?
Well, Ms. Patterson, you want to weigh in?
Sure, yes, sir. You will, you'll receive an order, but you can come to the city and make the.
All right.
And if you you know, if you believe that you need time, or you know, I'm sure the city will work with you in getting it paid. I feel for you. I've had contractors in my house, you know, and I know what it's like.
Yeah.
So
well, the lesson learned is never have work done in your house if you're not there.
And for the record, magistrate, we're going to refer the case to the DBPR, the contracting division, their follow-up.
yeah, this is intolerable, and maybe as part of a plea with the regulatory agencies, the contractor can agree to pay the homeowner as part of a fine, seek whatever recovery, you know, that whatever recovery is paid out.
Yeah, well, I'm going to obviously go to them for reimbursement. You know, hopefully they do the right thing. If they don't, then maybe the referral that you were talking about that could help me with that.
Yeah, this is a criminal matter and it should be pursued.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right.
The next item on the agenda is item 41, Robert Bowe, case number CEGMP 2021-00020. This is a new case for Jose Perez, property address 2670 Northeast 135 Street.
Mr. Bowl, if you can, here we go.
Hello.
Lark, can you swear a minute?
Can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
You're Mr. Vole?
Vole, yes.
Vole? What is your address?
2670 Northeast 135th Street.
You're the property owner. Is this part of a condo association?
It's part of a townhouse. I don't know if it's officially condo. I think it's a townhouse association. It's only a homeowners association condo.
Okay, it's a homeowners association, but you own your own space.
Yeah, it's a parcel. We own our own parcel. It's not a part of a single building where we own a piece of each.
Okay, so you own everything within your parcel.
I hope so.
Okay, but it's part of a homeowners association.
I believe so. I believe that's the structure.
Okay, now I understand. Do you understand also the what you're being charged with?
I would love to understand it better.
Okay, so we'll let the code officer show you some pictures of what your wooden deck looks like, and then we'll see where that goes.
City of North Miami, case regards to property at 2670 Northeast 5th Street. This violation opened to the complaint regards to the actual floorboards and or deck area and the rear of the property. Complaint came in to the HOA. Unfortunately, upon first inspection, there were several boards, more than several boards that appeared to be rotting and or in derelict condition. And essentially, the city was requesting that the deck be repaired and replaced. As you can see, there's some even on baseboard for the base of the actual structure itself. And based off communication with the building department, a building permit is required. I know Mr. Vole actually tried to replace some of the boards. However, based off my observations, it appears that replacing some of the boards won't cut it. In essence, the entire structure would need to get replaced, repaired. Just covering up some of the boards going to do it. And attached are some of the emails, conversations, building department, as well as emails from the homeowners association regarding the matter.
I see some work being done. Is that in the nature of minor repairs, or is more work going to be done? What's the status of that deck?
May I?
No, I'm asking the officer first.
Okay.
You'll have a chance.
So essentially, at first, Mr. Vole was actually going to replace a couple boards, and at that point, he wouldn't have required a building permit for repairs for under $1,000. But as I previously mentioned, based off further inspecting the entirety of the deck, it appears that more than just a couple boards need to be replaced. At that point in time, the entire deck would need to be repaired and or replaced, of which permit would be needed. So I was advising Mr. Vole to stop all work so he does secure permits so that he may continue with repairs and the replacement of the deck.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Suppose he, and I'll ask him later, let's suppose he says, I don't want to do any repairs. I don't want to go through the whole rigmarole of going through the city. I just want to, just leave it the way it is. Is that a violation the way it is right now?
Yes, it is. Due to the fact that it is in an unfinished condition, it is not in uniform, and there are several boards that are still rotted out that have not been replaced and or repaired. So within the condition that it is right now, it's still within a violation because it's not, again, uniform, and again, there are still rotted boards that are there.
Okay, I saw the agenda last night, and there have been letters from the association president, not the association president, I'm sorry, the attorney for the association, citing a specific homeowner association regulation requiring proper maintenance. You want to share that with me? What is that section? What does that section say? I believe the letter came from Mr. Robert Yaffe.
Correct. So the letter was submitted to me from the association in regards to association's rules and general guidance. However, at this point, I'm not enforcing the association's rules or guidance. I am enforcing the city's order regarding the general maintenance of the property and the condition of which the boards are in the deck.
I understand. I know that you're not in the business of enforcing association policies, but I just want to make sure that the record is clear that there has been plenty of notice not just from the city, but also from the association as to the condition of the dock. So at this point, sir, Mr. Bole, please give me your response.
Hello, thank you for having me here today. I'm basically trying to get clarity. I submitted a video of the underneath of the deck. You'll see the underneath of the deck literally looks brand new. You'll see even the coloring matches the brand new boards that you'll even see on the deck itself. The structure of it, I completely disagree, dramatically so, that the structure of the deck is very well intact, and I mean very well. The fascia board, which is in the pictures, which is touches the ground, and Mr. Perez and I have had this discussion before. The fascia board, which touches the ground, absorbs the water and gets it from the top. So that fascia board, I believe, is the only board which is the closest to the ground facing the water that I believe is the only actual structural. The other ones are just some deck planks, and you'll see that there's literally 5 to 7 maybe on the top deck and maybe 5 to 6 on the bottom deck, excluding those couple of boards. I was stopped in the middle of making those repairs per the request of Mr. Perez. Otherwise, the decking would be already completed and it would be painted to match. We probably, unless I need a permit, I would probably paint it to match my deck, my neighbor's deck next door, which is a more like coffee brown. But you'll see from the video that the structure is solid as they come.
Are you going to show me the video?
I have it here, Magistrate. I'm going to go ahead and attempt to share it. Give me a second.
That's dirt coming through. That's not rotting. It's hard to get under there because there's, not clean. But the structure of the deck, I don't think is in question, but yet the code enforcement officer is claiming it is. The video shows, I mean, those are solid pieces.
Well, let's assume that I find that the structure is sound and that you don't need to redo the entire dock. Let's assume that the video convinces me that the structure is safe. I think what the city is saying is that you still need a permit for those 5 to 7 boards that you need placed because they're rotted or in a dilapidated, derelict condition. What's the problem with doing it that way?
Officer Perez understands. I had met with Vicky Santos in person. Vicky Santos advised me directly that anything under $1,000, I did not need a permit. Owner can do that without a permit. I purchased probably just a little under $150 in materials, including screws and boards. Trying to figure it out because that's not what I do, and trying to get somebody over there to help has been insanely difficult. Because nobody wants a small job. They all want big jobs, and I'm supposed to do it myself, so I want to be in compliance as well. And, in the process, I was stopped trying to replace those boards. I'd be happy to meet Officer Perez there, and we can mark all the boards and confirm directly so there could be no confusion going forward. But you'll see it's only a few on the bottom and a few on the top overall. I don't know exact number. I didn't count them, but I would guess maybe 7 tops on the top. I mean, tops. And then on the bottom, 5 or 6. And then those couple of small boards you see as you walk up to the deck. The reason that's like a little weird patch as you walk up near the steps is because it had fallen in because the boards had fallen in. So I had just done that temporarily just so it was safe. That was never intended. I was just stopped from finishing. And then the facade board in the front, there's a board directly behind that, which is holding up the entire deck. The facade, the one that's like a fascia, almost like a, it's not a cladding of sorts, but it's literally, there's a board directly behind it as well that I believe is solid, and I'd be happy to meet Officer Perez there anytime.
All right, Officer Perez, your comment.
That's not a problem at all. Actually, I had, like I said, previously spoken with Mr. Vol. He said he was going to email me that same video that we played now. However, that email never came through. As a matter of fact, I received an email sometime last week with no attachment, and I replied back saying, hey, if there's no attachment, please re-forward the email to me or the video to me, because that didn't come through. Had that video come through, I would have advised that he could make the repairs without structure, and at that point, he would not permit. However, at this point in time, the violation still stands. He does need to repair it. So at this point in time, the city is simply asking for him to make the necessary repairs. As long as he doesn't touch the structure, he would not need a permit if it doesn't exceed the $1,000 as the department has.
Well, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to table this for 30 days until my next hearing. And between now and then, Officer Perez, I need you to meet with Mr. Bollé and also somebody from the building department, to determine whether the structure is safe, whether the foundation is safe. I need somebody to go out there and take a look. I can't tell from the video. Number one. Number two, I don't know whether, 5, 6, 7, 10 boards triggers the building permit requirement. I would respectfully ask that you get an opinion from the building official, because his determination as to what kind of work requires a building permit, that's his call. That's not my call. He's the ultimate authority on the interpretation of the building code. So I'd like to get clarity on, number one, what's the condition of the whole dock? Number two, is the work contemplated going to require a permit according to the building official? And then, number three, we'll decide at the next meeting what we're going to do from there. Hopefully, between the three people involved here, we can come to a reasonable understanding and avoid any fines. So we're going to table this for 30 days. Sir?
May I ask, is it possible where I could be allowed to change some of the boards to make it more safe in between? Because I'm not able to.
I'm going to let the building official make that determination. I'm not the building official. That's his administrative decision. It's not something that I can make any rulings on. It's up to him.
So I won't be required to do anything until we meet in 30 days. Is that it?
Well, look, if it's unsafe, he may red tag the whole dock.
Yeah, the one step is an area, and there might be a couple of boards. The rest are very, very, very solid.
Well, I'm going to rely on the city staff to decide, what to do or when to do it. Okay, I can't. It's not within my purview to make those kinds of calls. That's it. I have to rely on that. So you communicate with whoever you need to communicate with. I don't want anybody getting hurt. If there is a dangerous condition, you're going to have to put a barrier or put some kind of a screen and just avoid any potential hazards that somebody might experience, including you.
It's literally just a couple. I'm sure that'll be.
All right. Go work it out with the city. All right. Next case.
Thank you. I hope you guys get a break soon.
Thank you.
We'll be finished soon. How many cases do we have left?
We have quite a few.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So the next two items is item 39 and 40, pull again. Case number CESTA 2021-00012. And case number CESTR 2021-00006. Jose Perez is the author on both cases. Both of these are new cases at the property of 13200 Coronado Terrace.
Dominic, if you can enable your audio and video, please.
Sir,
Hi.
can you please, hi, good afternoon. Can you please raise your right hand, please?
Yeah.
Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
All right, so we're going to hear both cases. They're companion cases. One deals with advertising short-term rental. The other one is the actual rental. Sir, you're the owner of the property?
Yes, I am.
You live on the property full-time?
Yes.
Are you going to challenge the violations? Do you contest the violation?
No, I'd like to understand what is, no, I don't think so.
You live in a single-family residential neighborhood?
Yes, in Keystone, yes.
Okay, Keystone Point. And you know, do you know that there's a limitation on short-term rentals in single-family residential areas, especially Keystone Point?
No, now I know, and I know that since we got the notice of violation early July. Before that, I didn't know.
Okay, you had your property listed on Airbnb?
Yes.
Okay. And when you did these rentals, were you also staying at the property?
No.
Is this your home, or you just home? It is your home.
No, it's how we live here. Absolutely, yes.
All year?
All year, but sometimes we travel. We go to see our family, you know, in San Francisco or in France. So this is when we take the opportunity to eventually rent it. This is what we used to do.
All right, let me hear the advertising case first from Officer Perez.
Officer Perez of the City of North Miami. Today we're hearing the case regards to the property at 13200 Coronado Terrace. This essentially came up as a proactive research on my end regarding Airbnb rentals. I was able to find, locate rental as well as property. And as of my for rental firm, essentially that number has gone up. They can that number has not gone up on specifically Airbnb. However, I did also find an additional listing that was listed on what they call home exchange. Essentially, is a change of homes where they're renting it for term to prospective tenants in order to gain access to another home. So in essence, there's multiple listings, or there were multiple listings for this home.
Okay. How long was the Airbnb advertisement posted? Or is it still posted?
So the Airbnb ad has been removed. However, it was dated December of over 2 years ago. So the earliest review I found was from 2019.
Okay.
And it says here they joined Airbnb in March of 2020.
All right, and I know that you're not going to give me your recommendation, but this is a one-time fine that you're asking me to impose?
We're simply asking for an adjudication. Whether or not the fine is set, it would be up to the magistrate.
Okay, before I do that, let me first hear from the property owner, Dominique.
Yes.
Let me. You did advertise on Airbnb.
Yeah, absolutely. When we bought this house in 2019, coming from California, where in California we used to rent our home as well with Airbnb. So we moved here in April 2019, and we advertised because we could see many other homes being offered for Airbnb in Keystone. So we found, okay, this looks like a something we can do. So we rented it 3 times over the last 2 years. I have nothing to hide about it. We made about $8,000 over these 2 years. And then when we got a notice on early July or late June this year, we just canceled the advertisement and we canceled all other rentals. That's it. So we want to comply with the law. We have nothing to do. And then we had a good friend of us told us, but since you cannot rent or since you cannot lease and make money out of it, why don't you exchange? So they proposed that we join the home exchange, so which we did in August. Then I heard from Officer Perez yesterday that home exchange also is not allowed. So we also canceled the ad on a home exchange because the house has been on home exchange for less than a month. And now the advertisement is canceled.
Good. You say you travel to San Francisco, right?
Yeah.
Do you know where Airbnb is located?
Yeah, I was in Marin County in San Rafael.
Okay.
No, I know the company is located in San Francisco. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, and that's why they're very liberal in that state, because that's the home state for Airbnb.
Yeah. No, that I understand.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter whether it's Airbnb or any other platform. Any occupancy of people who are not related to you or family members or friends, any occupancy that any exchange with people that you have no connection with is considered to be a violation, and especially in a single-family residential neighborhood. I think you said Keystone.
Keystone, yes.
Yeah, and it's becoming a big nuisance there, from what I understand.
Yeah, we rented the house 3 times. Again, I have nothing to hide here, and we had never got any complaint from the neighborhood, because all those people that rent through Airbnb, they also have their rating. They are not this kind of people that make a lot of noise. They are purely family. Anyway, so we delisted, we unlisted the house when we got the notice, and now we also unlisted the house from home exchange yesterday. So this is the best I can do at this stage.
Okay, I'm going to be consistent with a prior Keystone Point resident who also came. I believe it was Keystone Point. Yeah. But I want the the word to go out that this is not acceptable. And not in Keystone Point, not in any single-family residential neighborhood, because of the damage that it does to the fabric of the neighborhood. Some people may not realize it, but it does create a South Beach atmosphere, which you don't want to live in a neighborhood like that. So on the first case, I'm going to find the property owner guilty of illegally advertising a short-term rental and impose a nominal fine of $100.
Okay.
On the second case, I am going to also find the property owner guilty, and based on the testimony that I've heard, I will impose a $500 fine, and that'll be the end of these 2 cases. Hopefully, we won't see you again. Let the word out that this is not going to be acceptable, and if it keeps happening, the fines are going to grow even larger.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
You're on mute.
The next item on the agenda is going to be item number 44, Sareed 12943 LLC, case number CESEA 2021-00001. This is a new case for Jose Perez at the property of 12943 Exora Circle.
Who's here for the property owner?
Have a Ray Rivas, or if you would enable your camera and audio.
Good afternoon. Can you please raise your right hand so that I can give you the oath?
Are you talking with us?
Yes.
Yes. You're it.
Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
Yes,
I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Do you all need an interpreter?
I can speak English, but I don't know if you need an official interpreter for the process.
Spanish interpreter?
He's my son. He's my wife. Okay.
Okay, I want to know who's there, who owns the property, the names of all three of you.
My name is Reynaldo Vivas. We are the owner of property of 12943 Sarasate.
Okay, who's the person, the lady to your left?
My
To your
son.
right?
My son. My name is Rainier Vivas. I'm Reynaldo's son, the owner.
And I'm Sara Pineda, the wife.
Okay. Do you understand the violation that the city is charging you with?
¿Ustedes entienden la violación por la que la ciudad los está pues, cargando?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. You own the property?
Yes.
It's in a corporate name?
Yes.
Red 12943, is that it?
Yes.
Okay. Let me hear from the officer, Mr. Perez. I saw the pictures, but why don't you show them publicly so that we all understand what's going on.
Well, Officer Perez of the City of North Miami, today we're hearing a case in regards to the 129 Victoria Circle. At this point in time, actually, the property owner is aware of seawall repairs, and they are in the process of obtaining permits, not only in the City of North Miami, but with Durham as well. So at this point in time, we're seeking just for an identification and able to grant time so they could essentially get those repairs done.
All right. That is a seawall that is ready to collapse and take the abutting property with it. To me, it's almost like a life safety issue. So if those permits don't get quickly approved and work starts to take place, I'd be concerned about life safety issues, and the building official may need to weigh in on that. So based on what I've seen and testimony, well, let me stop right there and have the interpreter interpret what I just said.
Bien, entonces, lo que se ve de las fotos es correspondiente pues a estos muros de agua, paredes de agua que están a punto que se ven que están a punto de colapsar. Entonces es pertinente y es necesario obtener los permisos rápido, porque esto es algo concernente, es algo que pone, es una amenaza y es una amenaza para la vida. Entonces es algo que se tendría que estar tratando.
Mr. Vivas has his hand raised. Let me hear from you, sir.
I only want to say that as soon as we know that that's the problem, we know that in May, and as soon as we know that this happened, we take all the events to solve the problem. Mr. Perez we in touch with him about any details about what happened, and now we are only waiting for the permit. That's it. We always have all contracts to do that as soon as possible.
You applied with Durham, correct?
Yes, already. We are.
How long have you been waiting?
For the Durham, I suppose that they already received the first opinions, and we already make the how do you say that, the correction that they suggested, And we applied for the term first, that the permit to give more time to get the permit from the Mr. Perez.
Agosto, yes, their confirmation.
Okay.
Inspection, August.
If you want to know something about the times, we already have some kind of schedule that already have Mr. Perez knows, and we're trying to do more quickly to get the permit through the city and the county, and this is I think is going well.
You have a marine contractor ready to roll?
Yes.
Yes. We're waiting for the pre-approval from Durham.
Okay.
Mr. Perez has everything.
All right. I understand. I understand, and I know that it's difficult sometimes to get Durham to work on docks and seawalls. But on the other hand, I'm concerned about the property, your property, and the property next door. So I'm going to give you a reasonable period of time, but I want you to really move quickly to get this thing finished. So based on the testimony of the city's code compliance officer and the photographs and evidence presented, depicting that the cited violation still exists, that proper notice has been given, I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of 60 days. In the event of non-compliance, there will be a daily fine of $500 until the violation is
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
We have already to start. Only what we need is the help of Mr. Perez to help to accelerate the days.
Sir, what I said was that we're going to be lenient and give you 60 days to make the necessary repairs to the seawall. Okay? You got 60 days. If you finish in 59 days, you're fine. But if if you don't finish in 60 days, then there are going to be fines that will start accruing per day in the sum of $500 if you don't finish within 60 days. Now, if some impossibility, something happens that makes it impossible to finish it within 60 days, then you come back and you explain to me why you could not finish it in 60 days. Okay. And then I may give you a little bit more time, but I want to, I want to push everybody to get this thing done in 60 days.
Understood.
Okay? All right. All right. Please go forward quickly. Next case.
The next case is item number 16 on the agenda, Mpumbe LLC Trust, property address 2006 Northeast 124th Street, case number CESTR 2021-00012. Jose Perez is the officer, and this is a new case.
There's a companion case?
Yeah.
Yes, it's CESTA 2021-00018 for the same property, new case as well.
I have a Matias here on behalf of the property.
Hello, how are you?
Hello, how are you? Can you please raise your right hand so I can swear you in, sir?
Yes, let me stop here. I was driving for 1 second.
He's safe now.
Yes. Okay, hello, how are you? I'm Matias.
Nice to meet you.
I do, I swear.
I'm going to swear you in. Just hold your right hand up. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
All right. Are you the owner of the property in question?
Yes, I'm one of the owners. Manuel is here with me too.
What's Manuel's last name?
Altadano.
Okay. And you're part of Encube LLC trustees?
Yes, it's part of that too. Yes.
Okay. You're being charged with short-term rental violations, placing ads and renting. Are you going to be contesting those violations?
Not well, we bought the house and we were told that the Airbnb was allowed in the area, but they didn't tell us about the time. Obviously, we know now what the violation. So immediately we went into a long-term lease, which we presented the evidence on the online submission form. So I'm not sure how to answer that honestly.
Well, you were using the Airbnb platform to do short-term rentals, as I understand your testimony, but then at some point, somebody told you you can't do that anymore. So now,
Yes.
right?
Yes, and we received the violation, and we removed the house from any Airbnb or another platforms, and now we have a lease for a long term.
Yeah.
You have someone leasing the property from you, you're not living there.
No, we are not living there.
Okay, this is like an investment property for you?
Yes, the idea is to do a new house there.
Okay, and do you have a copy of that long-term lease?
Yes, and we uploaded it to the system a week or so ago.
All right, let me hear from Officer Perez.
City of North Miami, Officer Perez. Today we're hearing the case in regards to the property at 2006 Northeast 4th Street. In regards to proactive research that I was doing in regards to short-term rent Airbnb. At the point in time, I was find that property and locate it with control. Essentially, violation was open for the advertising itself and rental with itself. So there's separate cases with that were together. And at that point in time, the list has been removed. However, we're seeking patient.
Did you get a copy of the current lease with the existing tenant?
It has not been submitted to me directly, but I'm not sure if they submitted it as evidence hearing. I did not.
Okay.
We have the email submission proof as well.
Okay, so now you understand what the rules are in North Miami regarding short-term rentals?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, the violation was the beginning of the month. I think 2 weeks later, we had the long-term tenant in there.
All right, and you've taken that out. It's no longer part of Airbnb or any other platform?
No. Correct.
Okay, and again, being the first violation and hearing, that you're not gonna do it again and understanding what the rules are, hopefully the word will get out that this is not permitted. So on the first violation, I'm going to find the property owners guilty. I'm going to assess a fine of $100 consistent with my prior rulings. And on the second violation regarding the actual rentals, I am going to find the property owners guilty and assess a $500 fine. That's my ruling. Let's move on to the next case.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Have a good day.
The next case on the agenda is item number 21, Eddie Beto Leon and wife Celeste, case number CEBCR 2021-00002. Property address 1820 Hibiscus Drive. Jose Perez is the officer. This is a new case.
This is a repeat offender?
That is correct, yes. They have
Okay.
clearly paid for a citation back October.
And it's a boat.
That is correct. Both being stored on the property.
And the no variance has been obtained.
Correct. That's my final reinspection. No variance obtained, and the boat is still on the property.
Is the property owner present?
Yes, hello, Your Honor.
Hello, Mr. Wallern. How are you?
Fine, Your Honor. Nice to see you.
Good to see you.
Actually, I just spoke to my client's wife, and the boat has been removed as of this morning. The boat was stored there because it needed repairs, and they were having problems getting parts and so forth. I was going to ask for additional time, Your Honor. However, I understand that the boat has been removed as of this morning. So I understand the code enforcement officer doesn't know that. And frankly, I didn't know that until a short while ago. And so I would respectfully ask that you have the enforcement officer verify that the boat is gone. And if it is in fact gone, I would ask that you permit us to have the case dismissed, because he has a dock. He has a place to keep the boat. The reason the boat was out of the water and stored was he couldn't get parts for repairs.
When was the original violation, Mr. Perez?
So essentially, I issued a courtesy notice back in June 11th of this year, with a reinspection date of 16th of this year. At that point in time, no contact was made with me, and at that point in time, the vessel was still at the property. Previous to that, it was cited on 9/21/2020. So September 21st, 2020, it was cited for failing to obtain a variance for the trailer and boat being stored on the property. Prior to that, on November of 2019, it was given courtesy notice for having a boat parked in the swale. There, as you can see, based off the history, this is a recurring issue. And in the attachment, you could see the log with all these reoccurring events. That we're just trying to reiterate that this is an ongoing issue where we're having a cat and mouse game. And since they paid the last citation, they gave admission to guilt.
How much did they pay in the last citation that you issued?
I didn't issue the citation. The citation was issued by St. Louis. I don't have that amount with me. I'm not entirely sure, but I can look it up for you if you allow a moment.
Yeah, can you do that? What about this, Mr. Wolin? What about this?
Your Honor,
what the city is calling a cat and mouse game. What's going on?
First of all, I don't think it's the same boat necessarily. But secondly, Mr. Leon is he's a boater, and he's a person who has, at one time in the past, he had a boating business, and he's in and out of boats that he's using, and he goes out fishing and he enjoys the boat, but for the boat, I don't think it's uncommon for people, who are boaters who actually have boats and live on the water to be, sometimes the boat's out of the water and sometimes it's not. I don't think he's playing a cat and mouse game. I think he does understand that he needs a variant. This boat was parked by the side of the house because it was broken and he was waiting, for parts to get it fixed. I don't think the gentleman is a scofflaw, and I would ask Your Honor's indulgence in as much as the boat's gone now, and I will certainly caution him about how severe the consequences can be if this happens again.
Yeah, because this is being presented to me as a repeat offender. And I have nothing against boating. I live on the water, live on the bay, and my next door neighbor has the biggest boat I've ever seen, and it's even intruding on my setback. I love boating, but putting a boat in front of your house is not boating. It's a nuisance to your neighbor. And I've told my neighbor when I see, one of his boats parked next to my house to get rid of it. I've never gone to the extent of polling the city and getting him cited, but it is a nuisance. It is doesn't really bode well for the neighborhood.
This particular boat was on the side of the house, Judge. I don't think anyone has called or complained. I think this is just, you know, code enforcement, which they're doing their job and they do a good job. And I appreciate the good job that they do.
Yeah. Mr. Perez, let me hear, what was the last fine that was issued on this boat?
So the citation was for $100, and I do want to actually reiterate the original complaint came in by a resident because they had the boat parked blocking the sidewalk. It wasn't that the boat was on the side of the house. The boat was blocking the sidewalk, and then it was moved to the side of the house, but it was blocking the sidewalk for several days prior to being moved to the side of the house. So it came in as a complaint from the community itself.
All right, I'm going to find in favor of the city. I'm going to find that the property owner committed the violation. I appreciate Mr. Wollen's efforts to explain to the property owner that we will not tolerate any future violations. I will set a fine of $250. And hopefully this case will not come back before me again. You know, if the boat needs repairs, there are places where you can take the boat for repairs, but not in your front yard and not covering the sidewalk. So, you know, I could have assessed a higher fine, but I'm convinced that Mr. Wollen will tell Mr. Leon to do the right thing. Next time, I'm not going to be so lenient. So thank you, everybody, and let's move on.
Thank you very much, Judge.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Okay.
Be well.
The next
Thank
two
you.
items on the agenda are 11 and 12, the Amara LaRoche, case number CESD 8-2021-00015, property address 1919 Northeast 123 Street, and case number CESDR 2021-00009. Jose Perez is the officer on both cases. They're both first time.
All right, anybody here on behalf of the property owner? Ms. LaRoche?
Yes, waiting on them to access their video and audio. Okay, LaRoche, if you can, Mr. William LaRoche, if you would just turn your camera on.
Sir, can you please raise your right hand so I can give you the oath? Do you solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do. Please say I do. Can you hear me?
He's can hear.
It look like they have audio. You guys are gonna have to log in with your audio. You have a phone that you can just call in from. You can just call us from another device. Keep this device on. I think we can we hear you? Okay. So you guys might want to try to sign out and sign back in. We can come back to your case. We can't. You have to sign in with audio or either call in with audio. In order for us to, move forward. So magistrate, would you like to give them a few minutes to move on to another case and come back, or?
Yeah, let me, yeah, we can go to another case and come back. I just want to alert everyone that I've got to finish this session in about an hour. Okay, I've got one more hour and then I got a family emergency. I didn't think we would be this long.
You can hear me now?
If, 1 second, please. So if you have any cases that can be rolled over to the next calendar, or do you want, hit the main ones? And then whatever you prefer, but I've got to leave in an hour.
It's working now. I can hear you. It's
Okay,
working.
we'll get through what we can, magistrate, and at that time we'll definitely try to deal with everyone that's physically. Yes, Mrs. LaRoche, just a moment, please. We'll get through those that are here virtually, which is about 4 people, and we'll hear those that have not appeared, and for as long as you're able to hear the cases.
Okay. If all we have is 3 or 4 more people, I think we'll be fine.
Okay.
But I just want to let you know, if something needs to be heard, let's hear it, as quickly as possible.
Okay.
In case we run out of time. Okay, Mr. LaRoche, are you there? What is your relationship to the property?
I'm sorry, Magistrate, I need to swear him in. Sir,
Yes.
can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. LaRoche, what is your connection to the property?
I'm the owner of the property.
Is it your home or is it an investment property?
No, it's my second home.
Your second home. So it's not your primary residence.
That's correct.
So the city is saying that you are involved in short-term rentals at that property, both by way of advertising and also renting short-term. Do you contest those charges?
Yes, I understand.
No, are you? Do you agree or you don't agree that you've been
Yes,
involved?
I agree. I agree.
You agree?
I didn't know.
Okay. You didn't know. All right, that's fine. I'm glad you're honest and upfront. And now that you know, you'll know better next time. Let me hear from Officer Perez and tell me so I can weigh the circumstances in fashioning out the right penalty.
City of North Miami, Officer Perez, did we hear in the case in regards to the property at 1919 North 3rd Street. This is in regards to a proactive search that I did in regards to short-term rentals on Airbnb. At this point in time, there was one review left for the property, and as of my final reinspection last week on the 10th, the listing still remained. So as of my reinspection, the listing is still active as of September.
Listing with Airbnb?
That is correct.
No.
Okay. Mr. LaRoche, is your listing with Airbnb still up?
No, it's not up. We remove it the day that I received the letter to remove it.
Mr. Perez?
Attached to the cases, you will see that I have 2 listings separate. One that was screenshotted from September 10th, and one that was screenshotted from the original violation was on July 6th, 2021. You have those shared on screen, please. So this one right here, as you can tell by the timestamp on the top left corner, is September 10, 2021 at approximately 9:11 a.m. That's when that screenshot was taken. As you see, the price was set for $3,600 a month for the rental. And this was the listing prior, so that screenshot was from June, and you could see there the listing was for $380 back.
Okay. So again, Mr. LaRoche, you just saw evidence that as of September 10th, you're still renting the property at $3,600 a month. So which is it?
I called Airbnb and they told me they remove it. I even look on my phone and I don't see it anymore. I don't understand why. I'm not too good at technology, that's what happened. But right now that I know it's not on the system no more.
Well, here's what I would suggest. Airbnb has an office in Miami. They're headquartered in San Francisco, but they're in Miami. I would suggest that you immediately get in touch with them, or by email or phone or whatever, and direct them to immediately remove that post, because I'm going to hold you responsible if it still is on there next month when I have my next, or 2 months from now when I have my next hearing. If it's still up there, you're going to pay another penalty. Okay?
No, I understand.
And so you need to make sure that it's off. So I'm going to find the property owner guilty on this particular violation. It's case 11, right?
11 and 12.
Yeah, well, on 11, I'm gonna find the property owner $250 because the listing is apparently still up, and I'm gonna, go out of my my normal standard, which would be a lower fine since the listing is still up, and I'm going to require the property owner to remove it within 10 days, or face a daily fine of $250 every day that the advertising remains on the website, on this website or any other website. And I'm going to assess costs in favor of the city. That's my ruling on that particular matter, on the ad. On the actual rental, as I've done before, particularly based on the compensation that has been paid for use of the property, I'm going to fine in favor of the city and assess a fine of $500 on the actual rental. Okay? That's my ruling. Okay. And please stop doing short-term rentals in the city. I hope the media helps disseminate this message that, it's not going to be tolerated in North Miami. Okay, let me hear the next case.
The next case is item number 10, Coral Gables Enterprises, case number CESUM 2021-00001. This is a new case for Jose Perez, property address 1750 Northeast 1353.
Okay.
Cameron Hossein, if you would join us. Cameron Hossein, I don't know if maybe he stepped away. I don't see him accepting. Oh, there he goes.
Hello?
Yes, we need your video, sir, as well.
Good afternoon. Can you please raise your right hand?
Sure.
Do you solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give in each proceeding shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Sir, are you the property owner at 1750 Northeast 135th Street?
No, sir. I'm the owner of the business, but the Coral Gables Enterprise, this is the defendant, which is the owner of the property.
Okay, so you're here representing who, the property owner or the tenant?
And I'm the representing for the business, or as a business owner for business, because the violation, which is the violation, because it belongs to the business. So the violation is owing to the property owner, and he sent back to us to fix it. And we get a few violations on the same day. So we fixed a couple of them, but we still have one thing is remaining that we have a misunderstanding. So
Yeah, let me stop you. Let me stop you. I just want to understand who's who. Okay, you're the tenant.
Yes, sir.
And you have a business there.
Yes, sir.
The business has a sign or
Yes,
sign.
sir.
And what's the name of the business?
Quick Stop.
Quick Stop. Okay. And the owner of the property is Coral Gables Real Estate Enterprises. They're
Yes,
the
sir.
owners of the property. Okay, so you as the tenant are going to have to fix or correct the violation.
Yes,
and,
sir.
And you're willing to do that?
Yes, sir. Of course.
Okay, and how much time do you need?
I need just another 30 days to be okay.
Okay, let me hear briefly from the city.
City of North Miami offers the case regards to property 750 Northeast 5th Street. This violation regarding the signage at the storefront and the signage the side of the store. Unfortunately, they're derelict condition. They need to be maintained and or replaced. Essentially, that repair needs to be done. City's certification as well as compliance.
Show me the pictures of the signage in question, so that everybody's clear as to what needs to get fixed.
Yes, sir.
All right. Those are the signs for your business?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that we know what needs to happen. So, all right. So based on the testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the photographs and the evidence presented, and the business owner concurring that the violations exist, proper notice has been given. I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication and set an abatement date of 30 days. In the event of non-compliance, there will be a daily fine of $500 until the violation is abated. So if you fix everything within 30 days, no fine. After 30 days, $500 per day. Understood?
I'll be okay with that. I'll be okay with that, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Next case.
The next two cases is item 42 and item 43, Robert Abreu and wife Anna Abreu, case number CEEXP 2021-00005 and CEZPU 2021-00010. Edme St. Louis is the officer on both cases. They're both new cases, and the property address is 304 Northeast 128th Street.
Yes.
Can you please raise your right hand, ma'am, so that I can give you the oath?
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give in each proceeding shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Ma'am, are you the owner or co-owner
No, I'm
of
the
the property?
I'm his sister. My brother and my sister-in-law. I'm representing them.
Your brother and sister-in-law gave you permission to appear before me?
Yes.
And your name is Gladys?
Gladys Abreu, yes.
Okay. All right. Are you going? Are you? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
In the case that ending in 0005, and we have a hearing before in July 29, and they give me the right to comply until November 10, 2021. Was to paint the whole house, and I want to know if you, judge, give me the other case that is 00010 to comply everything at the same time, November 10. Because we just got the house and completely the house was rented, and now we're doing all the plans and all the permit for the house in order the way that we want to see the house.
Who said that you had until November 10th to paint the exterior walls of the house?
No, that we receive in order to comply that one until Wednesday, November 10th, 2021. We have a hearing before July 29.
Okay, clerk, can you identify, because you didn't indicate on the agenda whether this case was previously adjudicated?
Repeat again?
If you just give us a moment, Mr. Bruce, so that we can confirm.
This is the first time that I see this case coming. There's no adjudication for a first time coming to a hearing. It was, we had an extension request from July to September.
Okay, officer, can you confirm, was that an internal extension given, or was that a hearing notice?
All right, according to what she's referencing, it's in regards to the permit. She has another violation that was given to her until November to comply with. That's for her to obtain a permit for the plumbing work that was constructed on the property. And if I remember correctly, I believe they had got a courtesy extension from when we had the last hearing in August.
Okay, so we're talking about a whole separate case, magistrate.
Yes.
What we're hearing right now are two brand new cases.
Okay, this is not a plumbing issue.
No.
Yeah.
All right, just so that we understand, Ms. Abreu, the first violation has to do with painting exterior walls. This is the first time that that case has come before me. So if you agree that the exterior walls need to be painted, if you agree with the violation, then I can give you some time to fix it.
Yeah. That's what we want. Time. Fix
Okay.
everything. Yeah.
How much time do you need?
I don't know, 2 months.
To paint the exterior to paint the exterior walls?
No, I don't. Well, how much time you want to give me? Doesn't matter. 1 week, 2 weeks, 1 month. I will do it.
I'm gonna give you 30 days to paint the walls, and unless, it's impossible to find a painter, then come back and tell me about it. But based on the testimony of the city's compliance officer, city's co-compliance officer, the evidence presented, and based on the testimony of the property owner's sister, I find that the violations exist. Proper notice has been given. I find in favor of the city enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of 30 days. In the event of non-compliance, there will be a daily fine of $500 until the violation is abated. So you got 30 days to paint the exterior of the house.
Okay.
I've seen
Okay,
pictures. They don't look that good. Okay, if come 30 days, if you don't paint the house to the satisfaction of the code officer, you're gonna start accruing fines of $500 a day. Okay?
Okay.
That's as to
Thank you, Honor.
First item, you're welcome. Let me hear, the second item seems to be a little bit more difficult. Because it's a zoning issue and it has to do with subdividing a single family home into 3 illegal deficiencies. Let me hear from the city first.
Good afternoon, Court Officer Edmay St. Louis. This violation came about, one of the tenant of her name is Heather. She was staying in one of the efficiencies of the house. The violation did exist, but as of the final reinspection, I did not have any access into the property. Ms. Gladys did explain to me that he had since then moved out. Once again, I do not have any access to confirm that Ms. Heather had doubt if she still resided at the property.
Or whether the violation has been abated.
So, are you saying that because the tenant moved out, that it's no longer a 3 illegally constructed efficiency?
I know right now it's still a violation because the thing is, the way the property was blocked off, it's not like there was a wall. It was just like a door with bolts in there. However, Ms. Gladys explained to me that Ms. Heather had moved out. I have no way to confirm that if Ms. Heather is still at the property.
So, Magistrate, if I can assist the officer, what we're saying at this point is that we need to go into the unit to do an inspection to determine whether or not she has removed the subdivisions inside the property that would have turned it from a single family into an illegal efficiency. So initially we were granted access by the tenant who no longer is there, so we've not been able to do an inspection.
Okay, so right now there seems to be no evidence that property is being used as efficiency.
No, so what we're saying is that we went in and we determined that it was. We need to be granted access now by the property owner, Ms. Abreu, to determine whether or not compliance has been met, meaning that there is full access throughout the entire dwelling and that the illegal efficiency, is no longer in existence.
So I think we're saying the same thing in different ways. We need to determine whether the property is back in compliance by being used as a single family home instead of a triplex.
That is correct.
Okay, done. Okay, so Ms. Abreu, the city needs to determine what's there, what's inside. Is it 3 apartments or is it 1 home? Okay.
No, it's one. Yeah.
So please work with the building official, the city code compliance officer, to see whether the violation stays or goes.
Okay. Okay, Honor. I'm in Puerto Rico. Soon that I get into Miami, I will get in contact to Edme that she can come and check the property. And in the meantime, and I'm doing in the process of all the permit and I said we hire an engineer to do the drawing of the whole house.
Yeah, that's not before me right now. That's for another day. Okay. Safe travels. Hope everything's well. Next case.
What was the adjudication for this case?
The adjudication is that based on what Ms. Patterson explained to me, that the case for the time being is either dismissed or tabled.
Okay.
Which can't be dismissed, sir. No, it's still in violation, and based on, that's kind of what I wanted to make sure of. So there indeed is a violation that exists at the property, seeing as it's been subdivided and leased as a multifamily. As of the date of the final inspection, the violation remains. The property owner now should allow access based on your order to verify compliance upon the date of your compliance, upon the date of compliance as ordered by you.
Okay, so my order then is that we are going to table this matter until the city has an opportunity to determine whether the premises are being used as a triplex or as a single family home, which would be legal on the code. So until that inspection is made, we're not able to dismiss the case one way or the other. Let's continue it until the next meeting.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Honor.
The next item on the agenda is going to be item number 9, Christina Balsa, case number CEGMP 2021-00007. This case was previously adjudicated with an abatement dated July 15th of 2021. Fine set was $300. Jose Perez is the officer, and the property address is 1050 Northeast 131 Street. Ms. Balsa, can you please raise your right hand so that I can swear you in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do. Thank you.
Balsa, you're the owner of the property?
I am, sir.
And you were adjudicated guilty on August 17th, and fine was set at 300 because the property needed pressure wash and paint. There were some black spots on the wall that needed to be painted over or washed over. Why are we here?
On that date, I had a hearing, and I was in the hearing from 9:30 until 12:15, in which I spoke to y'all and found out that the code officer was sick and not available. So if a fine was given to me, it wasn't. I've done my due diligence in terms of trying to be at the hearing. So just to clarify, that's what happened on that date that you just spoke of, where a fine was given. That's the first it's been known to me. We were supposed to have this hearing.
Correct. So essentially, there was another hearing before that. The hearing was June with the reinspection date of July, which point there was the July hearing, which was here in December.
There was an August hearing as well. I have August.
Yeah, according to the file, there was an August hearing. I don't know when the adjudication happened, but there was an August hearing. But nonetheless, that's neither here nor there.
Sure.
You knew that you had to pressure wash and paint the property, and
Yeah, so what I've done so far is I've painted what I could of the front of the house, so what's viewable from the street. I do not have the funds to. It's a 2-story house. I do not have the funds available. I am low income. I work for a nonprofit. We build gardens for folks in the community, and yeah, I don't have those funds. I did reach out to Karen Frederick of North Miami Housing and Social Services, and she came by and she examined the house, and she let me know that the city does have up to $5,000 of funding to help with painting homes for low income, which I do qualify for. But she was concerned that it would cost more than $5,000 because of the size of the house. So yeah, I'm waiting to hear back from her and what she comes back with that. Like, I would love to beautify the house. That would be wonderful. But yeah, that's where I'm at with that. Otherwise, I'm doing little things as I can on my own. Where we're at.
well, I don't want to burden you with additional cost expenses, but from what I saw, there was some spots in one of the walls. Is that still there, or did you paint over that or pressure clean it?
I've cleaned and painted the front, which is viewable to the street. There are spots in the back of the house which are not viewable to anyone except for myself.
Your neighbors.
No, the neighbors definitely can't see. We have a food forest. The neighbors absolutely 100% can't see. We're growing a lot of native plants and perennials and edibles and medicinal plants and things like that. There is no visibility of the back of the house. 100%.
Did you get a quote from any painter or any vendor that that
I have not. Another concern I have is for the environment, and because of all the organic and native plants that we're growing, is I know there is some like older. It's a 1932 house. I know there's some older paint that you can tell is lead around windows, and so it's like I definitely want that to be done really, really quickly and not put any of that old lead or stucco or anything like that into the soil or the environment. So I feel really cautious about that. Like, that's a big concern.
All right, I want to hear from the city. Officer Perez.
Here in North Miami, Code Compliance Perez, that we're hearing the case with regards to property at 10. Specifically, I just want to point out that as of my reinspection date on September 8th, I went by the property. What I saw from public right of way was still not in compliance, and essentially, the northeast side of the property is still full of spots, whether it be mold, mildew, or flake paint, which can be addressed by simply pressure washing, and at a later time you can paint over it whenever you get a chance. So pressure washing is much viable means and inexpensive the overall picture compared to painting over the property. So that is definitely an option. I that out. You can pressure wash for less than $1 a day.
I would. Can I respond to the pressure washing?
Yeah.
So the pressure washing is really destructive to the environment. We have a garden that we share with our neighbors, and we're growing edible and native and medicinal plants in abundance. We have a food forest. We have organic soil that we work very hard to maintain. We collect compost from our neighbors. We are in cooperation with the county in doing this, and with the city of North Miami. I just had a meeting with Amanda Murray from Sustainability of the city of North Miami. The soil quality and the plant quality of what we're doing is very, very important to us. And pressure washing is not an option because that's going to put toxins into our environment. I don't think that is something that we should be advocating for the city of North Miami or Miami in general, because it gets into groundwater, and groundwater is and into the soil as well. That's my personal opinion.
I guess we're at an impasse because you know, I understand the sensitivity of the environment and the plants and what you're doing, and I appreciate that. And I'm certainly not an expert on it, but my job is to enforce the code. And if a wall is stained, it's dirty, it's disgusting looking, it doesn't help the environment either. So
for sure,
you know,
if it's an issue of one wall that's visible, like we want to point that out, like sure, I'll go out there and I'll paint that one wall, but to paint the whole house of 2,800 square feet, I would definitely need assistance with that. And like Karen Frederick said, there is funds available with the city to help with aesthetic beautification and things like that, and she's trying to help us out with that. So,
well, how are you helping yourself with that funding? Are you applying for a grant with the city, or are you just asking somebody to look into it, or where is that leading?
well, I know that there are those. My nonprofit is grant funded through Miami-Dade County. To build the edible gardens and, you know, teach workshops about sustainability and growing food and all that wonderful stuff. But we don't currently have the grant funding for the painting of the house.
What are you getting CDBG grants from the county?
The current grant that we have is called Partners for Places. It's a funder that's in cooperation with Miami Foundation and the Miami-Dade.
Ms. Patterson, is North Miami a city that receives HUD money, CDBG funds to help?
She's working, so the parties that she's working with in our social service department would be the appropriate contact for those types of programs. So she mentioned Karen Frederick, and those are the appropriate parties for any assistance that the city would have available. In this case, in terms of, you know, whether the walls are, however it's done, it's not, you know, the city's position to advise how to get it done. We just make the recommendations. If you want to just do that wall that's visible to us, that's out of, you know, I don't know, I didn't physically go out to the property, so I don't know. But if you know, dealing with that, you know, I think there's just one wall, if I'm not correct, that we can see.
I think I know what you're talking about. It's like a side wall, but if you look, you know, if you're trying, you can see it from the front.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. No, as I look at the photos, there appears to be, you know, the whole property that looks like it needs to be addressed, just kind of overall. But in terms of the magistrate's question, you're in the right place with the city for any assistance. Yeah. And whether you want to pressure wash or paint, that's totally up to you.
Right.
Well, here's where we are. You're not in compliance. Based on my prior ruling, the fine was set at $300. I don't want to put you in a situation where your nonprofit goes out of business or that liens get put on your property. So I'm torn.
No, I think that would
between-
be of detriment to the community, for sure.
So I'm torn between your particular situation and what the code requires me to do as a special measure.
Magistrate, may I ask, are you in receipt of grant funds or any funds? What was the status of the?
Yeah, she did receive funds, but they're not eligible for painting the house. They're for tree maintenance or, whatever she's growing. Correct?
Yeah, we build edible gardens for low-income folks in the community, particularly North Miami, and we also teach workshops on how to compost, how to grow your own food, how to be sustainable.
Yeah, I've heard those things. I just wanted to know specifically from.
I have not yet
social
been. Okay, yeah, no, I haven't yet. I've been in communication with her, but we have not solidified anything as of yet. It seemed like that she felt like there was funds available, that we could make that happen, but we haven't made it happen yet. So I'm not.
So magistrate, we would just, so if that's the case, we weren't, I would request that we table it for 30 days. Let us get in contact with social services, the housing department, and figure out whether or not, it's totally up to you, but we can check with them. I hadn't heard anything about an application being filed or anything like that prior to the hearing. We can verify those funds and whether or not Ms. Bouza would be is a candidate or is going to be in receipt of any funds. I hate to rule and she potentially be qualified. That would just
definitely qualify. I'm on SNAP and.
Well,
right, but I don't even know if the city has the funds available. So that's
okay,
the thing.
Sure.
This is the first time knowing that this case is even involved with our housing department.
Right.
So.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree that we ought to table it and do whatever we can to find the resources to both keep the house nice and neat and beautifully painted, and also at the same time not hurt the organization which does good work and that the city needs to be there. Sometimes one of the worst offenders is usually the city. I'm not talking about the city of North Miami, but in many cases in other cities that I've been involved with, some of the worst violators are the city's own properties. So we need to sometimes be a little bit careful about, when we find people that are doing good work. So Ms. Bouza, you convinced me that your organization is worthy of some equity. And so for the time being, we're going to help you, or at least the city's going to help you find the resources to perhaps maintain your property in a little nicer condition. Okay. So hopefully in a couple months, we'll be back and see where we are. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Okay.
Have a good day.
Can we find out who James Estimable is? He's not answering.
So Mr. Estimable, if you could, are you there?
Hello?
Yes, what case are you here on behalf of?
I'm here on behalf of. Give me a second. Let me pull up the case number.
What's your address?
It's 2100 Alamanda.
Can you confirm that's on the agenda? We were trying to message you, Mr. Estimable, but we weren't getting a response. I hope your case is on our agenda.
It's not?
I hope it is. We'll let you know in just a second.
Yeah, that's the first case, 21, that's item number 1, 2100 Alamanda LLC. Case number CEBPR 2021-00005. This case was previously adjudicated with an abatement date of August the 8th of 2021. The fine set was $500. The officer is Shanna Sanders. The property address is 2100 Alamanda Drive. can you please enable your video, Mr. Estimable?
Okay.
Can you please raise your right hand so that I can give you the oath? Do you solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give in each proceeding shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Code Officer Sanders?
Here for one moment.
Mr. Estimel, while we're waiting, you're the owner of the property?
I'm the GC.
You're the GC, okay?
Yes.
Where's the owner?
The owner is he's out of state, so I'm handling all of the permitting and the renovations for the owner.
Okay, this property was previously deemed to be in violation. A fine was set at 500. It was I believe it was tabled on August the 20th. What's taking so long to get a permit to restucco the exterior wall?
For my knowledge, it's the appraisal. We submitted an appraisal evaluation, but the city deemed that wasn't correct. I just had a meeting with the appraisal yesterday to give them a sample of the correct appraisal, what they have to do. So right now, they're telling me they'll have it ready for next week, so I'm able to submit it to the city. But that's the last thing that's waiting, because they assess the value at a certain amount, and we're close to that amount. If we don't get the FEMA appraisal to recorrect, we will be required to raise the property. But while we're doing just like renovation for the property.
All right, let me hear from the city, please.
My apologies, I was in the restroom. Which case are we on? I
The
just
first
heard
one,
case.
number one.
Janice Sanders, City of North Miami, Code Compliance Officer. I believe this is the contractor who violated the property a couple of times before, for property address 2100 Alamander Drive. As of last week, Tuesday, September the 8th, the violation still remains. It's for building without permit. I'm not sure how much testimony he gave, but again, as of last week, the permits have been submitted to the city, but yet again, they have still been denied and they are still out of compliance.
What's with this appraisal? What's the appraisal about? No, I want to ask the officer.
Honestly, I don't know. I only know what the comments stated, and it stated that per the building department that whatever they're stating that the property in or the work is appraised for is not what, it doesn't meet what FEMA is stating the job would be, that the work would be. So I don't know if they're understating what the work is or just not, but again, per the building department in the comment, is stating that the tallies or the amounts that they're saying is going to be, isn't equaling up to what the Florida Building Code and what FEMA was saying that the work would cost in total.
Why is FEMA involved?
That I don't know.
Cause of flood, Special Magistrate.
Thank you, Gary.
Okay.
Flood.
So
If it is substantial-
the issue is whether they need to elevate the property?
Yes, if it is substantial renovation to a property over 50% or more, then you have to do.
All right, so we're talking about the 50%
Yes.
rule.
Yeah.
Okay, so it could be that if FEMA is correct, that they may have to elevate the house.
Correct, or cancel whatever they're doing.
So that's not something that's going to happen in the next month or two.
Well, he said have an up-to-date appraisal. That's what he just stated before.
Yeah,
Okay,
that'll be ready next week.
Mr. Contractor, what do you see happening here?
I'm just waiting for the appraisal, and then we're and then for us to submit to the building officials to see if that's adequate, because they're assessing the value of the house property at a certain price, but the owner is deeming that it's not. It should be up above, so we're getting it's a FEMA substantial improvement evaluation.
Okay, what if FEMA doesn't agree with you?
Then we just have to cancel the work. So right now it's like we have a permit for the roof, we have a permit for windows, we stuccoed the exterior. So right now we're just waiting on FEMA to decide what we're gonna do, of course, what we're gonna do next.
What if you have to demolish the house?
Right now, I don't think the owner has the money to demolish the house right now, so we're just trying to get past FEMA to make sure we're allowed to finish the work that we've done. If they said not, then we have to cancel the stucco permit, but the stucco was already done. I wasn't aware that we needed a stucco to restucco the house. I know we need a permit to restucco the house. But I know we need a permit for the windows, we pulled the permit for the windows, we pulled the permit for the roof.
You're the contractor who's involved with doing that right now?
Yeah.
All right.
The windows are go ahead.
Go ahead. No, you go.
Okay, the windows are installed, the roof just needs a final inspection, and then the stucco we just got to get the permit approved. So, because the exterior was all falling apart, so we had to fix the stucco.
Is anyone living there?
No, right now it's
okay. All right, I'm going to table it. I'm going to table it till my next meeting.
Oh, okay.
Let's see what happens with FEMA and the building department.
Oh, no problem.
All right.
All right, thank
Next.
you.
The next case on the agenda is going to be item number 18, Enterprise 305 LLC, case number CESEA 2021-00002. This is a new case for Jose Perez, property address 1865 Keystone Boulevard.
Magistrate, just so you're aware, we've concluded all of our attendees, so cases moving forward are not represented by a property owner.
Including this one, number 18?
Including this one.
Okay.
We've also dismissed our interpreters. Just for the
Okay, great. So I'm familiar with 18. I've looked at the file. I've looked at the pictures. So Mr. Perez, just give me a very, very brief summary of it. And since there's no other side to contest you, obviously I'm going to rule in your favor.
Here in North Miami, Alfred Perez, case regards 5 part. This is regarding seawall. And needs to be repaired as by the photograph.
Okay, that's a pretty bad looking seawall. Again, it's ready to collapse, could affect adjoining properties. Look at that seawall compared to the one next door. So based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the photographs and the evidence presented depicting that the cited violation still exists and that proper notice has been given, I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of 30 days. In the event of non-compliance, there shall be a daily fine of $500 until the violation is abated.
Next case on the agenda is item number 30, Madeline Alexander, case number CESEA 2021-00003. Property address is 1850 Hibiscus Drive. The case is for Jose Perez, the first time case.
Here's another seawall case. I'm familiar with the pictures. This one's probably worse than the other one. I think it's a life safety issue. I think the building officials should be advised, and maybe order to vacate is probably something that should be considered. But Mr. Perez, tell me what that is.
City North Perez, property at 185 Drive, regards to wall, safe condition over the years. On now, was granted at property owner per application about that of the country. They advised get on it. Repairs that was back in April. As of September 8th, permits have been kind of hard to get picked. Walk. I don't, the fact that I don't go out vote too. However, doing that.
All right, based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer and the photographs presented depicting that the cited violation still exists and proper notice having been given, I find in favor of the city enter an adjudication and set an abatement date of 30 days. In the event of non-compliance, there shall be a daily fine of $1,000 until the violation is abated.
The next case is going to be item number 5, Asaf Alon and wife Jennifer, case number CESTA 2021-00011. This is a new case for property address 2190 Northeast 122 Street. Jose Perez is the officer.
Mr. Perez, this is another short-term rental case by Sasha.
Correct. Officer President Daniel Tammy, case property 2. The case regards drug investigation. I was able to find a list for that property at the time when originally opened the violation. There weren't. However, as there have not safe for itself. However, as you can see, the list is still up and it blatantly regards cities rental property.
Well, they're advertising it. That's the only one that's before me.
Right. The average.
Okay, so as opposed to the prior cases where folks had taken down the ads, this ad is still there.
That is correct, yes.
So based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the photographs and the evidence presented depicting that the violation still exists, proper notice having been given, I find in favor of the city. Enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of 10 days. In the event of non-compliance, there shall be a daily fine of $500 until the violation is abated.
The next two cases are items 6 and 7 for Cesar Garcia, case number CESTA 2021-00017 and CESTR 2021-00011. The property address is 1987 Northeast 123 Street. Officer Jose Perez has both cases, and these are both new.
Okay, this is short-term rental ads and several rentals of the property. Mr. Perez, please explain.
You're muted, Jose.
Can't hear you.
My apologies. City of North Miami, Officer Perez, City we're hearing the case of property out. Regards to separate violations at the time. One is for advertising rent itself. As my re-inspection date, ad is still up and have gone up. So back in July 6th, they only had 4 rents confirmed. As my re-inspection, September 10th, they had 7 reviews. They've rented it 3 more times after notified from.
All right, as to number 6, the ads, based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer and the evidence presented depicting that the cited violation still exists and proper notice has been given, I find in favor of the city enter an adjudication and set an abatement date of 10 days. In the event of non-compliance, there shall be a daily fine of $500 until the violation. On the second case, which is the actual rentals, several rentals, based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer and the evidence presented, depicting that the cited violation still exists, proper notice has been given, I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication and set an abatement date of 10 days. In the event of non-compliance, there shall be a daily fine of $1,000 until the violations are.
Crystal, you were muted.
I'm sorry?
Thank you. Next case.
The next case is item 13, Delcia Manzano, case number CEODS 2021-00043, property address 1045 Northwest 31 Street. This is a new case for Shanna Sanders.
Okay, Ms. Sanders, I've looked at the file. I've seen the photographs. Just show me the worst of the garbage.
Shanna Sanders, City of North Miami Co-Compliance Officer. If you can, Crystal, you can pull up the photos that I've already uploaded for this property. As you're looking at the photos, I'll just go ahead. This case was originally opened July 19th, 2021. Whereas I received a complaint from the neighbor about the junk that's on the side and rear of the property. Upon inspection, there is indeed a lot of items being stored. Seems as though maybe there was some construction going on, but I couldn't verify anything. But there's some windows on the side of the house. Looked like with some broken down construction debris. In the back, there's a lot of miscellaneous, just what I would consider trash. Look like remnants of rugs, boxes, bags, things of that nature that are outside. I spoke to the property owner. I'm looking here on August 23rd when I posted the property, where, as he stated, he didn't know that there was a violation. Long story short, he would get the items removed. As of last week, Tuesday, September 14th, on the 8th, the violation remained.
Okay, based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's co-compliance officer and the photographs presented depicting that the violation still exists and proper notice having been given, I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of 10 days. In the event of non-compliance, there shall be a daily fine of $500 until the violations are abated.
The next case is.
How many more do we have, Pilar?
There's still a few, Magistrate. What we're going to do is, if it's okay, as I know you've got to go, we just want to hear the previously adjudicated cases that didn't show up, which I think there's only 2 of those.
All right, let's hear those 2, and then with that, I think I'm going to have to finish and move the other cases to the next calendar.
That's fine.
Item number 26, Levico Business LLC, case number CEMHS 2021-00012, was previously adjudicated with an abatement date of September 9th, 2021. The fine set was $250. The property is 13700 Northeast 6th Avenue, and this is Ed May St. Louis case.
What number are we talking about?
26.
Okay, got it. All right. This is I remember this case. It's work on a kitchen sink. You want to show me the pictures again?
There's no compliance as of the final reinspection.
Right.
What it looked like before, and it has since been moved out. I was able to get her to stuff. They resurfaced sink, however, still in the.
All right. Based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the photographs presented showing that the property has been out of compliance since the previous adjudication, I hereby ratify the fines accrued to date in the amount of $250. Assessed costs, the fines shall continue to run on a daily basis until there is compliance.
The next item on the agenda is item number 49, was Burco LLC, case number CEODS 2021-00035. This was previously adjudicated with an abatement date of September 14th, 2021, with a fine set of $250. The property is 12906 Northeast 6th Avenue. Edmay St. Louis is the officer.
Okay, Ms. St. Louis, I need to see the photographs that were not part of the agenda. The agenda packet.
Regards to outward, the final reinspection date, the item still remains.
Okay, based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the photographs presented showing that the property has been out of compliance since the abatement date of September 14th. I find in favor of the city, ratify the fines, approve the date in the amount of $250 and assess costs. The said fines shall continue to run on a daily basis until there is compliance. I could probably take one more.
Okay, so we can do item number 14, Dutch Securities LLC, case number CEZCU 2021-00060.
Let's do that one.
Shanna Sanders is the officer, and the property address is 12240 Northeast 5th Avenue. This is a new case.
Shanna Sanders, City of North Miami Code Compliance Officer. This is, as already stated, a new case for property address 12240 Northeast 5th Avenue for the business Dutch Securities LLC. I originally opened this violation July 7th of 2017, whereas we were doing a project more so focusing on the businesses that had not renewed their business tax receipt and or certificate of uses. I inspected the property initially again on the 7th, re-inspected again in August, we'll more so check the system. At that time, violation had not been taken care of. As of 2 weeks ago, September 8th, the system was checked again as well as the business. As of that date, the certificate of use has still not been renewed at that time.
Okay, based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer and the evidence presented depicting that the cited violation still exists, that proper notice has been given, I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of 15 days. In the event of non-compliance, there shall be a daily fine of $500 until the violation.
Special Magistrate, can I squeeze one more?
Last one.
Fella, could you put up my case, please?
What's the name, Gary?
Nadima Garcia, 2391 Bay View Lane.
Okay, so that's number 38?
I'm not sure.
No, I'm letting the magistrate know.
Yeah, I got it.
Case number MHVIO 2021-00073, 7391 Bayview Lane. This is a new case for Gary Beswick.
Permits for a pool deck.
Yeah, for a pool restoration on deck, yeah.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Gary Beswick for the City of North Miami Building Department. Property was cited to failure to obtain a required permit for the pool restoration and deck that was in progress. They applied for the permit, but it was denied by zoning yesterday. So we're just seeking an adjudication. Property was posted notice to appear on September 9, 2021 at 1:10 p.m. Affidavit of posted is on file.
Is that it?
Yes, sir.
Based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the photographs presented depicting that the violation still exists and that proper notice has been given, I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication and set an abatement date of 30 days. In the event of non-compliance, there shall be a daily fine of $500 until the violation is abated. And that, I've got to actually leave my house and go to your city because I've got to meet somebody there.
Okay.
So, probably within a couple blocks from City Hall, actually.
Okay.
Anyway, see you next time. Thank you, everybody. Good job.
Thank you.
See you next time.
All right, bye-bye.